Sludge, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Welcome to the monetization party. What is going on? We got some early people in the building. What is going on? Real quick, let's just get this out of the way. I want to say thank you to the sponsor of the stream, MySickShirt.com. Whatever your persuasion, they've got something for you. And it is usually the only place to get your very own Indian Jesus official merch. Only at MySickShirt.com, except for tonight. We got a couple different pieces here. Oh, where are we going? We got a dark gray, and I've got a limited edition, one of a kind, never to be made again design of a mug, an Indian Jesus mug, and you'll see why when I bring it out. But we also have some other cool stuff that we're gonna do for the party. And there we go already. We've got D-Man with the where is it? Where are we? Come on, bring it up. There we go, D-Man. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Every single super chat comes with a treat for Morty. All right, so we got some of the regular that. We got a little bit of this, and if we can get up to $100, he is getting an entire thing. I mean, not an entire thing. It's empty, but all of that peanut butter is for Morty if we get up to $100. So, I don't really know what the hell we're going to do tonight. I am just super happy to hang out with you guys. I've got some old stuff to check out from, what this journey has been like for me. And it's really funny because I was really, really, really bad at all of this. But, before that, we've already got our first special guest. Give me a thumbs up when you're ready. You may know him from a great friend of the channel, the Talking, well, I can't say that early, the Talking-ish podcast. It is our good friend, Captain Paul. What is good? Welcome, brother. Welcome. How you doing?
What's going on, man? Congratulations on monetization, man. You've been crazy grinding. You've been putting in that work, man. I'm happy for you, bud.
Thank you. Yeah, we were gonna do a bunch of stuff together, and then I guess we all went in our own little directions. But it's crazy that we've been here, and you just got monetized on your channel recently as well, right?
Yeah, I got my on the Locker Room, my sports channel where I do like hockey coverage right now. I'll be expanding into other things. Yeah, I just got monetized about a month and a half ago. So I'm at about 1,200 subs, and it's been going pretty well, and we're close there on TSP. We're close. We saw a big influx recently, but yeah, man, it's kind of cool seeing everybody that we kind of started out at the same level, and we're all just kind of making it, man. It's a lot of fun to see.
Yeah,
to be honest with you.
Definitely. And I mean, and then definitely shout out to Mrs. Evil, another one of the TSP crew. And we got Dan in the building. Oh, I am so happy you guys are here. What is good? But yeah, I remember when I first found you guys. I think it was from the lead attorney, and I got in touch with Dr. Evil Genius and found out he was an MMA fan. He's like, hey, we do this thing every week. And at that time, you guys were, I think, almost like twice the size of my channel. I was like, oh, this is an opportunity. And then, we know what the watch party is. It's a nice little thing that's not really meant to grow and to get new people. It's more for those of the TSP crew who are really the diehards. We come through, and so it's really cool. So being part of that has been awesome. Any advice for a new professional YouTuber?
A new professional, just have fun and keep doing what you're doing, man. It's like, obviously find ways to innovate, and when you find a lane, or if you find something that someone else hasn't done, or you can kind of put a voice into it that you think is unique, I would just keep doing what you're doing. I think what you've been doing, just kind of producing content daily. I mean, quite frankly, that a lot of it, that's what it is a lot of it's just a grind, because when you take big
Absolutely.
breaks, and that's the biggest problem that we had with the TSP at first, we just were not consistent, right? We'd have bouts of doing stuff for a while, and then we just were not consistent, and we're finally seeing a little bit of influx lately. I mean, the one thing I saw with the locker on my sports channel is I've been daily up. I've been like about 4 months, about 120 days in a row, I've had a video up. And
Nice.
it's one of those things where you just got to keep grinding. And if you want to perfect it, you got to keep improving and see what other people do. Don't mimic it, but if you see like, that's a good idea, like,
Mimic it.
yeah,
Steal
like,
it. Hey,
steal
there's
it.
a reason. There's a reason stuff works on here. Real quick, thank you so much to Dan Jensen for the super chat. I tried to give him the bone. He tore that thing apart when I first opened it, but I guess he's not into it now. But don't worry, I got him one of these. And then again, if we do get up to what did I say? I don't even remember what I said. $50. Whatever. If we get a bunch, then I'm gonna give it to him. We're all gonna give it to him anyway. But whatever. So I think you will definitely appreciate this. This is not the very first video, but the very first video the very first video I ever put on YouTube was for my audio only podcast. But it was just kind of like an intro. But I was using copyrighted stuff, so they took that down. And obviously, I don't want this to be taken down. So I'm not gonna play that one. But so this was before some of you guys know about the I Didn't Read Your Book podcast. We're gonna take a look at some of that. But this is even from before that, when I was doing the Awe Really podcast, as in AWE, like, oh, that inspires me, full of awe, but also like, oh, really? That was a thing. And my co-host at the time, and I were looking to figure out what our name was. So let's take a look at this. This is Young Me. This is from when? This is 6 years ago. Damn. 16 whole views. Says All really aims to explore the wonder and amazement of our universe, and anything in it through science, logic, reason, and rationality with the utmost intellectual integrity. Believe nothing except that anything is possible. So, I was definitely a little bit more up my own tookist that I was now. Hey, we got David Banner in the building. They are coming. Red Tyler right behind him. What is good, guys? Welcome. I'm here with Captain Paul, about to check out the first ever video that I posted on YouTube. I don't even remember what this is. So let's see. And then, of course, you guys know, can't hear the sound. Let me know. There. Definitely wasted here.
Yeah. I can't hear you. Maybe they can, but I can't hear it.
You can't hear the video? No audio?
No,
okay, cool. Thank you. Let's take two. I hate when StreamYard does that. Every once in a while, they'll just be like, we don't feel like giving you sound, so let's just make you look stupid. But they don't call it struggle streaming for nothing. All right, take two.
So after what we thought was a long day, watching the live debate and live tweeting,
and this is my co-host
doing
free stuff on post stuff.
Now we're setting up a blog post so you can read our live tweets, and we are fucking around with
How fucking inebriated were you?
And we ran into a problem because the YouTube channel is attached to our really podcast at gmail.com web address, which has Andrew's name attached to it, which automatically is the same name as your YouTube channel.
Just naturally because they're linked. So my name was on the Gmail, so it was on the YouTube.
And so obviously
it's so very clear that I had no clue that it's like, why would anybody ignore the Nightbot? I'm sorry about that. Why would anybody want to watch this? I was like, all right, I guess this is what YouTube is.
Well, I mean, everyone goes through that development stage, though. Like that stage where they're gonna like do things that they're like, kind of. It's not gonna be as cohesive. So, I mean, this is the beginning stages of an empire, right?
Exactly. And as everybody's saying, Tyler's saying I thought it was slow. Mrs. Evil saying thought it was slow mode because I was not, comfortable in front of a camera. I was also wasted, but I was not
You were
comfortable.
definitely wasted.
I was short-faced. But yeah, it was that's the exactly what Captain Paul is talking about, is that this is a skill, and even though we're just talking, it's there's a lot going on. I got this window open with the YouTube going on, I got Captain Paul up here, I got you guys over here, I got the Twitch stream, I got everything's going on, and this is still a tiny channel, so you build a lot. Where are we? Hey, we got JR in the building. What is good? Welcome. Sisha says, pro YouTube streamers and their nightbots interfere. Yeah, well, if I was a pro, I would know how to get rid of that, but I don't. So we're getting there. Nightbot in the party. All right. Yeah, so let's see a little bit. Let's see if this actually goes anywhere. I don't even know if this makes a point.
Channel is not the Andrew Conover YouTube channel, it's the Really YouTube channel. And for whatever reason, we did change the name of that recently, not knowing, you probably don't know this either, that you can only change your name on Gmail three times in a year. So apparently we've done that, and we were stuck. So we're looking up and down the internet, calling phone numbers, looking up forums, watching YouTube videos, how to fix this, how to fix that.
And that doesn't stop. When you're a YouTuber, that is part of the job of just like, there's this problem that I have, and I know that if I have the right search terms, it's there.
Yeah.
So you guys I don't know if you guys can, you can't see him. He is begging for this peanut butter. But you have these problems like right now with my my Stream Deck. It's coming through the speaker, this giant speaker that's behind the TV, instead of going straight to what you guys do. And I have there is a fix that I know I could probably try, but it's coming through clear enough that that I'm scared to mess with it. Where did that go? Yeah. It was after a long day, and with the start of this podcast, let's go to that. Let's actually look at the very first episode here, and we don't even have to because it's just an image. Oh, where are we? Where it's just the image. But the first podcast, the first episode, I really thought that it was appropriate for us to be telling people things. As you see now, the show that I do now is very much about, hey, I don't really know what's going on. Let's explore. But here,
I think that's engaging though. That's more engaging, right? When you're able to kind of have more, you're going into it more, trying to learn together, right?
I'm just giving it to him. We got another one, so he'll get the second one at 100. We're upping it to 100, but that's the second one. Because I feel bad. All right. Sorry. So let's read this out. G-Man, thank you so much for the $5. Says, shout out to homie JR. He would make a great wrench. That is a good idea. Wrench made. And look at that. Look.
Background.
Here. What is good? The other half of TSP. Welcome to the party.
Well,
Yeah, we
Hi,
had to
guys.
change that. Yeah, we got to drop the like on the stream right quick.
You guys know you're up
Your
here,
bot
right?
thought I was a spammer.
yeah.
Yeah. Nightbot is
Yeah,
terrible.
his
I don't know what's
his
going
bot
on
is an old fuddy duddy.
That was
that's
the way I chat. And emoticons and GIFs.
Yep, that's exactly right, David. That's what so when I I'll come back to this. So I definitely got to show you two though. You will love what we were just watching. Hey,
David Banner's here. Nice.
David Banner in the building. Yup. So this was a 6-year-old video just talking about when we had my audio only podcast.
Eventually, he told us to delete our account
And you've seen me when I've been drunk.
and start over.
Look at the hair, man.
Basically, start over, which we're not willing to do.
I'm a big fan of this hair.
Do that. It's very simple. We just want to change the fucking name. But
Bro, he definitely had a dating channel back in the day for sure. Those pickup channels.
I'll give you the credit.
I found a way to do that. The big difference is it has to do with Google Plus. So, if you already have your YouTube channel attached
This is
to
gold.
Google Plus account,
Me here thinking that I'm super, super interesting.
No,
Like,
this
bro,
is
what are you
gold.
talking
I don't know.
about?
I like that look better. Like I thought I liked the long hair look, man. I like that that hair that I'm good. Yo, that was good, man.
Well, here's the plan. The plan is that you see my arms. Yeah, at some point I'm gonna get on my grind. I'm focused on one thing at a time.
Oh, you're gonna
And
be able to hire a trainer.
yeah, exactly. So when I'm able to hire a
Pictures now?
trainer, I'll get that going. And then when I'm like 40, 42, I'm gonna look 35, cut my hair, glam up. Let's go. That's the plan. That's the plan.
Muscular dude with long hair. Chicks dig that for some reason.
Well, but you were just saying I look fucking beautiful like that, and
Yeah,
this
yeah,
is a fresh cut.
that's a good look, man. I ain't gonna front.
That's not a
good
fresh
look.
cut at all. Like I don't know if you've seen me with the fade, but I look good with the fade. I just don't like getting haircuts. I mean, even when my hair was long, how long did it take me to just do that? When you were telling me, you're like, I don't like it.
I look
And
so much better now.
and thank you. And yeah, so we were talking about how do you remember exactly how Dr. Evil Genius, how you and I got connected? I know it was through TLA, but I don't remember much more than that.
Yeah, so my memory, obviously, I do a lot less drugs than you do. So, my memory is a lot better than yours.
That's not a huge accomplishment. A lot of people do a lot less.
All right. So, and this was actually a pretty legendary moment. Also a little melancholy when I recall it, because there were a bunch of us that were backstage on TLA's live stream.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember we started getting into the private chat that was going on. And we all started kind of like typing to each other, and a lot of us didn't really know who each other was. And so like, we're talking and we're like, hey, I do this and I do that. And this is what I do on my channel. This is what we, and all these things. And then, I was saying like, yeah, I love what you did, cause I had seen you on TLA before. It's like, who's this guy with the long hair, and, it was like, yeah, let's get each other's information, sub to each other's channel. And I was just like, listen, I'll sub to your channel if I like what I see on the channel. I don't just do that sub for sub stuff, right? And, we were going back and forth. And then the legendary Kevin Samuels ends up in the backstage with us. And
that's
and like, all of us were like, oh my God, Kevin Samuels is here. And we were just like, I'm like, yo, the Godfather is here. And he was like, hey, what's up, everybody? Right. And TLA wanted to get him on, and he didn't have enough people. So he cut off lunch. He cut lunch right off. It replaced him with Kevin Samuels.
I mean, fair enough. I would do the same exact thing. Like, I mean, how do you like? And especially before I wasn't even the Indian Jesus yet. So like, you definitely,
It was in the I Didn't Read Your Book podcast days.
That's right. Mm-hmm. That's right. So, yeah, I mean, any general thoughts about, what you've seen since that time when we started talking and hanging out and all that?
Yeah. I think that it was a little bit of a rocky beginning because you have a bunch of people that are really gung-ho about being successful and wanting to be, try to make it to the top somewhat together, but none of us knowing what it takes to be successful on the platform, and, having some, creative differences, some personality differences. And so there's some friction there. And, I remember the early days of like, oh, wow, this is going to be really good to have, a bunch of, MMA fans come on and we can all talk MMA. And then there was one time you got like super high and drunk on the stream. And I was so mad. I was so angry. But I didn't want to let that on. But I was like, dude, like, let's show like some respect for like the people that are watching, and let's put on good content. Like, I want us to be successful. And, we were working with a bunch of the same people, and we were having some philosophical differences and some creative differences. But I always see the good in people, especially when people are like being genuine. And so there were some times where I would just be like, oh my God, this is so irritating. But I can't not support the man. I can't not have discussions with him because he has like really good intentions. He has a very good logical brain. And, you know, if we can kind of like keep it, you know, I guess in the middle with some balance, you know, we can talk about anything at any time. We just had one of your VCs. I only showed up to one, right?
That's
How
all you
much
could take.
fun did we have talking about the Crowder and the other guy, I always forget his name, Shapiro, right?
Yeah.
Shapiro.
Well,
That,
Jeremy
you know,
Boring, really,
and
but
the
yeah.
thing is, you were leading that discussion, and I knew before that, but I knew that when you had all of these guys up in the VC, and I got to see like how it was going down, I'm like, I want to take in all of this experience, and I never want to forget. I never want to forget the David Banners. I never want to forget the resident sausage, Jimmy Dean, right? I never want to forget.
Wow, you're speaking of that.
Dan
We got
Jensen,
Rumbly Rocket in the building. A
right?
day one. Never forget about Rumbly Rocket. Thank you so much
like
for
I
being here,
never
brother.
ever want to forget about the people that were here in the beginning. I never ever want to forget about this because I was basically on my live stream earlier today talking about where we want to go and how relationships are so important. I don't know if you caught the bullshit that we went through on TSP earlier in the week, but we had some guys that were basically trying to start beef with us, and then you find out one of them abuses women as his hobby, and then he thought that he was going to go at us. And oh, we're gonna make a bunch of videos about you and have people, you know, say all these types of things about you and make stupid, gay-looking artwork and all that stuff. Like we're gonna go at you. And I'm thinking to myself,
It's a lot of fucking effort.
Yeah, it's a lot of effort
For what?
for people that don't care about you. And then it's like, well, what have we put our effort into? We put our effort into people like you. Every single time you come up, we put your link on the screen, right?
Yep.
And I'm thinking, especially when the CPMs are about to go down because everybody's marketing budget and advertising budget is going down. Even the most successful people on YouTube are going to have a really tough time very soon because all those budgets are coming down because the economy is slowly going in the toilet. Yeah. So how are we going to survive and live good lives? Together through connections. So I realize how important the connections are. And then I go back and I think about the connections that we've made in the communities, albeit them small, the communities that we've made and the people that we've brought together from around the world already. Our tiny, Dan Jensen, it's after midnight where he lives. You get what I'm saying? Like, and this guy sticks with us on Filthy Casual, Lutch, he sticks with us through the end of I've had Dan Jensen show up before we showed up. He was hitting me on Twitter like, are you late starting the show?
Yo, let's get a Dan Jensen in the chat, please. A shout out to Dan. And that goes exactly to what Cap was just saying about how, we all start from nowhere, and it takes you guys out there to show up. And, we, as we're about to see from the stuff that I'm going to show you, there's a lot that, a lot of growing pains where I wouldn't expect you to have shown up. I wouldn't expect you to have come through and wanted to watch this stuff. But between, those of us on this side of the camera working and those of you guys over there showing up and being willing to, show that we are only human, you're willing to let us improve. It's greatly appreciated, guys. Each and every one of you. So I wanted to, I wanted you to take a little a peek at 6 years ago. But I want you guys to check this out.
Normal speed or sped up?
I don't know, because I think the way that I edited the podcast was super tight. So I would cut out like every little pause. So again, I haven't listened to this in years. So we're looking here at, I'm going to keep it's just a still image, so we don't need to keep this up. But this was the logo. This is the whole thing. So this is from
Really?
Yep, exactly. So August 22nd, 2016. Let's see what we got.
I don't see it. Oh, it's audio only.
So obviously, very, 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 very long intro.
Yeah.
So we are 30 seconds in, and we haven't even started talking yet.
It's very dramatic.
Oh, was it audio only?
Yeah, it's audio.
I was
so,
like, where are the visuals? I don't see anything.
yeah, no. So it's just this the whole time. Eventually, I did have someone making thumbnails, but it was just that, and they would just switch the name, and I was paying them for that. But you guys have to. I mean, you think that I have my head up my ass now? You think? Because I was saying to Kat before, I thought I knew everything, and so the podcast was like, all right, we're gonna tell everybody what's good. It was me and a big boy who was on the couch in the other video. So all right, let's see.
Knew that this was coming, but here we are, starting for real. This is episode 1. We are going to just do a little. This is actually a 2-part episode. We're gonna do 2 posts, just kind of giving you the ground rules, not ground rules, but the basics of who we are, what the show's about, what's going on here, and after those,
You sound toasted in this one too.
What'd you say?
You sound a little toasted in this one too. I don't know if that's just little nerves or.
I think it was both.
The heavier topics, but we thought.
Yeah, I was definitely stoned in this one.
Want to get a good
Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
for that.
That was crispy.
All right, and then just some administrative
And
stuff,
there's
I
the
guess
co-host.
you could say. We just as a general rule of thumb for us, we definitely invite challenges, questions.
All right, so this one, never mind. This one is just more of a thing. So let me go. I'm gonna jump in like 3 minutes into the 4th episode. This was from August 23rd. So this was at the time that this was recorded. Trump had just become part of the political landscape, and the guest that we had was diehard for Trump. And my co-host, like most other people in the world, including most Republicans, were like, Trump can't be the president. And he was like, nope. So all right, let's see what we got.
Way for you to
Or a preferred method or something.
but that
and
is
each
a temporary situation.
each only comes out one year.
That's only going to hold our last 3 to 4 episodes, just depending on the space.
You hear that?
Limited there.
Thing too has a big ass plate of
there's
food.
a way that you can find us.
All right, come on. Let's see. I haven't listened to these in years, so I have no idea.
He's tough. He's funny. I mean, that helps too. Sometimes.
Trump is funny. Trump is funny.
Not politically correct, which I love. Like, for example, like some of the schools we don't do the pledge allegiance anymore because we're afraid of offending somebody. This is America,
says
for
under
Christ's
God.
sake, isn't it? I mean, come on. I'm sick of it. And he's the guy that comes out and says exactly what some people can't say. And he's out there in front of the camera every day, and he says it. He's pro Second Amendment, which I like a lot. Every time there's a shooting now, that's ISIS related or something. How many times do I hear Obama come out and say, "Oh, well, let's be tolerant now." I think we have been tolerant.
So this is the tone 8 minutes in. It's an hour and a half podcast, and we were drinking and smoking. So let's fast forward to an hour and see what the tone is an hour later after copious amounts of intoxication.
I'm saying that there's no problem to be solved. That's quite a leap, and that's quite a false dichotomy to say we either do nothing or we just carpet bomb them as Ted Cruz wants to do. I mean,
that's his. He loves to say that word.
oh man, I don't even think he knows what that means. Like, do you understand
Yeah.
what you're saying? Do you understand what you're saying? And again, compare that to.
I can picture your face as you said that.
And if I were to say it now, do you even know what that means? Like the difference, it's just crazy. It's just crazy. So that's how I got my start in broadcasting at all. Thinking that I knew everything about everything and wanting to be the guy to tell everybody, hey, this is what's what. And we got about 5 episodes in. I think the next episode was the golden age of television, and we were talking about this was right when like Breaking Bad, Walking Dead was still good. I think Dexter was still on, and we were talking about how we were in the golden age of television. And then we're just like, I don't know what else to talk about. Like, I think that's all the things we know. We got some of that coming up too. We got some of that. But I want to give you guys
I know everything.
I wonder how he's doing.
He actually popped up. I think he popped up in our end of the year live stream.
Really?
He did.
Yeah.
He did. Yeah.
He did.
What did he say?
He was in the comment section, saying, "Hey, we do rag on you, but it's all in good fun. It's all in love, and he gets it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, that kid. So if you're not from
some wild stuff when we were talking about the kind of women that we like, and
if you're not familiar with who we're talking about, it's definitely it's somebody you'll see in a little bit. But so I thank you guys. I really appreciate the fact that you've been here to support me in this growth. You allowed me a platform to come and grow my channel. And every opportunity you get, you shout me out, and it means so much. So thank you guys so much. That is when you're building a channel, it's so easy to be not even selfish. I wouldn't even use the word selfish, but it's so easy to be concerned about yourself because there's so much to worry about, and there's so much to do. And you're in such competition with everybody that when you meet people who are, hey, we got Dustin in the building. What is good? What is good? Thank you to Jesse on Fire. He might be coming. He said he's going out to dinner with the family, but if I'm still on when he comes back, he might be coming up. So I can't promise.
Oh, I forgot about that. Remember that one time he came through one of our early Filthy Casuals?
Yeah,
I could not believe this dude was like sitting there, like, what?
Yep, and now he's got 200K. Hey, we got IBJB in the building. Another person from the lead attorney. That's how we were just talking. We all got introduced, acquainted. You know what I mean? Yeah, lead attorney. That guy is one of the most highly respected YouTubers in my mind. But I know, so here's what I'm gonna do. I want to give you guys a chance to shout out the TSP, and then I want to give you guys a chance to shout out your channels individually. So I'm gonna drop down. You guys do your TSP thing, and then I'll pull you up by one by one. Whatever you got for the.
Oh shit! This kind of looks like what we normally do, like every day, right?
Yeah, man.
We just took over his. Yeah, we made it to 1,000, man. Like we did it the fucking.
We just had to circumvent the system. Yeah, take someone else's channel. We're 50 subscribers away on the TSP podcast. It would be great if you stopped by. Hopefully, you don't overtalk me on this channel as well. So what do you? What do you want to talk about there, Evil?
Nah, let's talk to the people, yo. Hey, my guy Traditionalist is here too, man. Just like it was as if it was our live stream, like just like that, right? The Jensen said wrong logo. But yeah, we're TSP, and we wanted to.
I don't know what happened, guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
I can't hear you. I can hear you.
I don't know. Can you guys? Could you guys have heard them when I dropped out?
No, when you dropped out, I didn't hear you.
Not when you dropped out, no.
Okay.
We got a yes in the comments.
Okay, great. So I'm sorry. I don't know what you guys are saying. I'm trying to catch up with the thing here. Struggle streaming for real. I I'm gonna
Party
put you
is
up one by
cool.
one. Just give me a thumbs up when you've said what you got to say, Mr. and Evil Genius. Take it away.
Well, I want Captain Paul back. What happened to Captain Paul?
It's all good, man.
I
can hear Cap. I can hear Cap.
Cap.
But anyway, like what we do on TSP, like well, me and Captain Paul, what we wanted to do was create a platform where people can have a safe place to disagree. We saw a lot of crazy things that happened after George Floyd was killed, Trayvon Martin, the whole Kyle Rittenhouse thing, and me and him, we come from very different places, right? And because of the different places that we have come from, we have different views. And so there are certain things that he felt safe only asking about because it was me. Because anybody else that he talks to about these really sensitive topics, everybody jumps down his fucking throat. But me, I'm reasoning, with everybody. So we decided to do this project again together. And we really wanted to create a community of men and women that respect men, that we can all have dialogue about some of the difficult topics without, attacking people. We want to attack ideas and premises. We don't want to attack people. So we're building a community of people who respect open thought, respect civil discourse. And then we throw a little bit of MMA in there as well. And
a little sprinkling of WWE now.
Yeah, a little wrestling.
A little sprinkling of that.
Shout out to the OTS family, the Off the Script podcast from our guy JD. So that's basically what we do.
There he goes.
All right, and listen, I'm the other half, the white half of the Talking Shit podcast. So I also do another channel called The Locker Room. I cover a lot of NHL content. Like I said earlier in the show, I do about a video a day, sometimes a couple shorts. It's been about a 120-day streak currently, about a video a day. So I talk about everything hockey. I'm going to be evolving into other sports as well. Like I've been planning on doing baseball. I'm going to do football next season when I have proper people to kind of help co-host things. And, like I said, we, on the Talking Shit podcast side of things, we're trying to reach 1,000 subscribers. We're at like 950, I believe, at this point. So if you enjoy Lutch's content, a great friend of our show, I'd be appreciative if you come check out ours. So that's pretty much all I got to say there. So, yeah. Appreciate Lutch having me on there.
All right.
And the mythical...
You're here.
Jesus is back. Ooh.
And where am I hearing you from? Ah!
Bloopers.
Okay, say something.
Your hair looks wonderful.
What is going on? I can't hear anybody.
Oh man,
Right.
that's crazy.
Well, I'm gonna hope that if I just bring in new people, it's gonna work. Thank you so much for coming up, guys. I really do appreciate it, and definitely go check out their channels and give them a subscribe. And thank you again, guys. Have a good one.
Later.
All right, so I am going to see if, I couldn't hear anything. I couldn't hear them at all. So I'm going to try to share my screen again. And if at least if I could hear that, then, can you guys hear this? Oh, let's not, if it plays. What is going on? Talk about struggle streaming. Why has it got to be during my party? During my party. For real. What is going on? Yeah, Morty did get his peanut butter. Thank you. Definitely thank you for stopping by. It's saying my browser has lost connection. I don't know what to do. The internet is working. I'm obviously online here. All right. Well, I'm just going to try to talk. I'm not very good at this, especially when I'm trying to figure something out. But again, those guys are awesome. And the fact that, they allowed me to help bring my message to them for real. is something that not a lot of people are willing to do, especially the stuff that I talk about. It sounded like I couldn't tell, but it sounded like Dr. Evil Genius was talking about some stuff where I just it's not easy stuff to talk about, and usually the people who do talk about it are looking to argue in bad faith or whatever the case is, and that can't be. That can't be how we operate. And so I need to be able. We all need to be able to have these conversations. And what's going on your end? Are you guys like sound and everything? Let me know what's going on, because I can't get videos to play. Like, this is just not playing. And it's just like the browser itself. I'm reloading the page, and it's just not working. And it's saying that the StreamYard keep telling me the internet's not working, but I'm obviously here. I'm hardwired in, baby. And I know, like, the last thing I want to do is have to stop the stream and start a new one. We're already, it's saying restart my device. Okay, I have a better idea. I have an idea. I am going to fix everything. I am a genius. I am a genius. You guys won't even. All right. So I'm going to stick here. And then, look at this. This is real time struggle streaming on the fly. Hey, we got No Freedoms in the building. What is good? What is good? What does he say? Just has to keep up the good work. One day will be on my side in the same way you stopped voting for Hillary. I know. It is terrible. It is nice. It is terrible. Thank you. No, just the regular one. I got tiny hands, so I need the regular one. So, okay, here's what we're gonna do. Try to leave the studio from the computer. We're going to restart the computer live on air. Look at this. Look at this. We are restarting the entire computer live on air. This is the definition of struggle streaming. Who do we got? Hey, wait, and exactly, definitely. Please go check out Cat and Paul on the locker room and ignore that damn Nightbot. But yeah, I again, that's something you find out, that even people who collab a lot, even people who are seem to be good friends on the platform, it's a business relationship. Like, people, that's better. It's a business relationship, and so often people are not willing to give anything. You hear about people who will only do collabs if they're getting paid. You'll hear about people who will say, oh, well, your channel's not big enough, so whatever. All right, so let's see. Am I an amazing genius? Did I fix this in real time? We're not gonna know until okay, so let's leave that. Okay, so can you guys hear me right now? I'm so mad. I had all of those freaking things, all the tabs set up. And of course, when it does that, boom. All right, so now we got a screen share. Let's see. Oh, they should all be in my history. Hell yeah, they are. Beautiful. That's working. All right. Let's see, baby. All right. And can you hear the video? How about the video?
Story.
Can we hear the video? If we can hear the video, I am a genius and I am amazing. The fact that I just did that live without a single thing. Nope, wrong one. Hold on, give me 1 second, guys. Nope, wrong one. Shit. We can. All right. So here's what I'm going to do. I am going to let you take a look at the very first. This is the trailer from the very first episode of the I Didn't Read Your Book podcast. If you're not familiar, thank you so much for, thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate that. A lot of you would have left, and I don't think one person did. So again, that is the exact type of thing that I'm talking about. That means so much to somebody like me, to anybody, any of these content creators. But so while I'm trying to get my things all set up, this was the very first episode. If you're not familiar, before I was the Indian Jesus, I did the I Didn't Read Your Book podcast. Now, what is that? That is a podcast where I talk to authors about their books, which I had not read. So I saw a bunch of you in the poll said you were around for these days, but were you around for this? I'm just gonna let this play. And see if I can, oh, we did that. I don't want to blow your ears out with that. Okay, give me a second.
Quick story. They told me, they were like, just write a quick summary of what is going to happen in your book, and then we're going to send it to our guy, and our guy is going to spice it up, and he's going to make it awesome, and he's going to like put all his cool twists on it, make it really good to sell to the people. And so I was like, okay, whatever, you know, I just put some quick summary, like literally what you read on the back of the book. Okay, that was what I wrote.
Hey, there's pretty colors.
Yeah, and then, you know, that's also great.
Oh my God.
The graphic designer. Sadly, I wish that she could have done the words too. But yeah, so funny story. It's horribly described in my personal opinion, but you know, maybe that'll grab people's attention. But now that story's
well, now we're giving you the floor, so straight from the horse's mouth.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, that gave me just enough time. All right, so you know, again, just showing that this journey has been a long and arduous one. And I was not the same type of, I did not have the same level of confidence that I do now. And even still, there's a lot of times when I'm just like, I'm not good at this. I don't know. I'm scared. Everybody's going to make fun of me. And yeah, pretty much. That's what's going on, Rumley. That is exactly what's going on in my mind. And it's scary. It's scary. But through the support of you guys, we are here. Okay, one, and beautiful. Okay, so we can just go back because now I have everything in the history. So let's see what else. And so, you know, if you guys have questions, if you guys have anything, it's a very, I don't have like a structure that we're going over. This is just, we're just here to hang out and celebrate that we are all awesome. So feel free to derail any of that stuff. What I want to show you next is what Dr. Evil Genius was just talking about, our friend Anirudh. He was he's this young guy. He was one of the first people that I was you know, doing this stuff with. And I'm trying to be diplomatic here. He is a young guy who is very intelligent. But because he has spent his entire life in academia, he thinks, much like David Pakman, who we went over last week. He thinks that everything in the world can be answered by statistics and something in a book, and it's very frustrating. And so the very first panel, I was still under the I Didn't Read Your Book podcast name, but I was like, all right, I the book thing is just a vehicle. I want to talk to people about interesting stuff like I'm doing now, but I need an in. And I wasn't smart enough to do the Indian Jesus yet. Shout out to Jesse on Fire, who was the one who told me change to the Indian Jesus. Got this, you know, this where is it? The logo for me. So again, shouts out to him. And this was my first foray into actually having any kind of real debate. Yeah, 10 a.m. Why I thought that people would want to pay, you know, be watching a podcast like this at 10 a.m. I don't know. I was still working a lot more at the time, and I would have to set an alarm to wake up. Because, of course, if somebody is in the chat, because I would premiere these episodes. So if somebody is in the chat, then, you know, exactly. if somebody's in the chat and they're like, oh, cool, this is live, you're here, and then I'm not, well, what's the point? And so I felt like I had to do that because eventually I wanted to switch to doing, there you go. Probably that's where I got a lot of European fans. But yeah, 4 p.m. and usually I do 8 p.m. and that's way better. But I eventually wanted to switch to an actual live show, not just live premieres. And I just figured I wouldn't, without an audience, that's one thing. And then I'm scared to do it live. So I would record it, edit it, so on and so forth. But again, in moving away from the actual book interviews, I want to start having real conversations. So what I wanted from this conversation with this guy, Anirudh, as well as if you saw the short video that I dropped yesterday about that article about beating the woke, same exact guy, Blaine Pardoe. He also did an episode of I Didn't Read Your Book about Blue Dawn, one of the books he talked about that. Hey, we got the Uncle Junior Network. Welcome to the party. Good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Just looking at the journey and how we got here. Welcome to the party. Yeah, so Blaine Pardoe is a really cool guy. I'm hoping he'll stop by as well. But I wanted to talk about how we all have different ways of consuming the news and what makes a good pundit versus a bad pundit. How do you know where to look for news and all of that? And then I quickly got blindsided. And Blaine is a conservative, and Anirudh, the other guy, is a super lefty. So I thought it was going to be an easy 2-on-1, but that didn't happen. All right, welcome back, everyone. This is I Did Not Read Your Book. It's not I Did Not Read Your Book. It's the I Didn't Read Your Book podcast. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I Didn't Read Your Book. I am your host, Lutch, and today we are not doing a podcast, but in fact, we are doing another edition of I Dry Be Live. Thank you so much, Uncle Junior Network. I really do appreciate that. We are going to be joined by some past I Dry Be guests, so you might be familiar with them. We have Blaine Pardoe here and Anirudh Garg. So, like, I don't know how noticeable it is to you guys. Obviously, you could tell, like, I'm doing better at the talking part than I am, but I don't know how much of it is really relevant and noticeable. But I just want you to pay attention to how bad I was. Not only because I want you to see how much I feel like you guys have helped me grow as a person, but especially if you are a new YouTuber. If I know a lot of you guys have newer channels, that like we all started like this. We all started like this from our earlier episodes. So what we're going to be diving into today, if you can't read the title, wait, in this part, what? Oh. Is just a conversation about. I think that was the actual video itself. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no, come on. What is it that we care about? Oh my goodness gracious. What? Bro, holy schmoly. So the winner of the only in existence, the only Indian Jesus podcast, it's not a podcast, the only Indian Jesus podcast mug goes out to the largest super chat of the night, and that is going to be hard to beat. Uncle Junior Network, I don't even know what to say. Thank you so much. That is, I am speechless. I would go on. I honestly just don't know what to say. I definitely need to change you in the banner as the sponsor of the stream. Thank you so much, man. I mean, you, as you see with the level of where I started and where I am now and where I look to be, it's stuff like this that makes it. All the nights that I felt like I sucked, all the days that all the hours that I spent into editing this podcast that nobody even saw. And for something like this, I mean, god damn, bro. That is thank you. Thank you. I don't know what to say. Thank you so much. Please, everybody, put the Uncle Junior Network in the chat. Thank you so much. That is amazing. That is amazing. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that, man. Thank you. Oh my God. Not even a question or a comment, just pure love of the game. I love it. Well, let's see if that fixed my internet. Guess not. And who do we trust when it comes to news, culture, all that kind of stuff? Where do we get information and that kind of stuff? This is going to be a recurring, ongoing conversation, and so I thought this was a great place to start. So, guys, I want you to roast me here. I want you to roast me. We, even though Blaine and I, and definitely Anirudh and I, if you've seen our past live streams, have gotten into some of this stuff, as a specific event, so to speak. Hey, excuse me, it is a one-of-a-kind, never before seen. I'm going to sign it, and when I'm famous, you'll be able to sell that shit. I hope you don't keep it for a collector's item, but you'll be able to sell it for $1 billion. Y'all don't even know. Y'all don't even know how far I'm going to go. All right? That is not a ripoff. That is a great prize. I really wanted to put a stamp on the beginning. And so with that being said, I will go ahead and take the lead. And I just want to say that the top 3 things that I care about when it comes to politics and culture, number 1 would be, I have no idea what I'm about to say, and I am very excited to see how if it's the same or if it's different. Liberty. Okay. I think that stretches to individualism and just the ability for the individual to have the pursuit of happiness and the life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. I put that all in one category. The second thing would be well-being. So that can be defined in many different ways. Come on, dude. But I see it as the why? The opposite end of the spectrum from pain or suffering. And so there's many different ways to define well-being and what it is and what it's not, and suffering and what it is and what it's not. But so you guys have heard me make this argument many times in the course of talking about just a lot of things that we talk about. And I talk about, well, if we're talking about morality, what else are we talking about except the differential between the worst human suffering of all time and the most possible well-being for as many. But back then, I was like, oh man. If you can have that conversation and figure out what those 2 things are, then I think the prescription to what to do, what our next steps are pretty easy. And then third, I think prosperity is a value, because even though that kind of seems, I can see people taking that as a materialistic view. But I think that because money makes the world go round, we need to be successful in financially in order to put out into the world whatever it is that we want, whether it's a message or a product or this or that, whatever it is, you need money to do it. And so that's what is important to me. So those are the values that I will be coming from. I guess we can all go through our values, and then we'll all go through the sources, and then we'll get into the bloodbath. So bringing up who you might recognize from the earlier streams and the previous iDrive Live, we have Anirudh Garg joining us. Anirudh, why don't you let the people know what it is that you care about? So this is the guy that I think it was this conversation that we're watching, where he called me a bioterrorist. A bioterrorist. On my own stream, because I didn't want to get the, I mean, come on. That's how you die. That is how you die. I still use a lot of uhs and ums, but at least now I'm better at when I'm about to stop and think, instead of feeling like I need to fill the space with an or an I can just stop. And sometimes I can use those silences and those pauses to really hammer a point home.
All right. Hi, my name is Anirudh Garg. And for me, I guess the three most important things for me is, I guess, one, the maximization of human liberty. Number two, I would say the improvement of material conditions. And third, I think, would be creating an environment to foster innovation and new ideas.
Cool. Anything you want to expand on there, or is that pretty much the long short of it?
Yeah, that's a long short. We can get into the details.
So just
later.
not knowing how
Perfect.
to. All right, and Blaine, you are up. Hey, Indy Phil, what is good? What is good? Welcome to the party. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. And I am a short zero. I don't know what the hell that means, but for $10, thank you so much. Welcome to the party, brother. Thank you.
Well, it's interesting. I came at this from the things that were keeping me up at night.
So again, this is the guy who wrote a book about if the woke took over. It's called Blue Dawn. And it's a political thriller where the woke take over. And the article that I made a video about yesterday, his publisher dropped him after 3 years because a couple people on Twitter were harassing him. And one person stalked him to the point where he got a protection order. They were pretending to be a trans lesbian. Why? Because of course you get the society victim points for that.
Other than the values I push,
Let's
but
use that.
I think they tend to fall in the same buckets. To me, it's funny. The first of us all lead with liberty, and to me, I think one of the biggest divides that's hitting our country right now is the belief that the collective overrides personal or individual liberties. And I think that's an area that we see a lot of conflict in. We see it around COVID, we see it around gun control, we see it around a lot of different things. And I think it's something we as a country have to kind of wrap our hands around it and try to resolve in some way, shape, or form. The second thing that I think is a topic that keeps me up a little bit is the wokeism and this belief of kind of a digital lynch mob.
And even as the other thing that I'm noticing is that, absolutely no offense to Blaine. I have the utmost respect for him, but I don't know that I would necessarily bring him back to be a guest on the channel because as interesting as he is, he's a little bit dry in the way that he speaks, and he's a writer. So again, that's not a shade on him, but it's something that when you're thinking about providing entertainment to other people, I would sit and talk to Blaine all goddamn day. But I realize that that's not the same thing as what other people who don't know who he is, who don't know what we're going to talk about, don't know about, how we've set this up, all that stuff. It's all of these things you don't know. Hey, we got the Mikey story. What is good, Mikey? Welcome to the party. Another amazing YouTuber doing his thing. Would you say mostly travel blog? Whatever is lots of travel stories and doing the damn thing. Another amazing content creator. Thank you so much for stopping by. Just drop the link there. Please go give him a subscription as well. Welcome to the party, brother.
That feels empowered to contact your employers or to try to ruin your life or make threats to you or whatever because they don't agree with where you stand politically. I think it's a real threat to individual liberties, and I think it's a real problem that we as a country are going to have to wrap our hands around it.
Yeah, so real quick, the again going back to Mikey. So yeah, travel blog. He's all over the place. He visits some really cool places, and I like that he does like walkthrough videos where it's not just kind of it almost feels in a good way like stock footage because it's very authentic, but it's him walking around and just showing the real experiences of if you're going to visit wherever he's visiting. So I'm not into travel vlogs in general, but I really do enjoy his channel. So again, check that out. So it says polar opposites are always entertaining, regardless of type. So it might be a good idea to bring him back on again if he's up for it as well. Well, I mean, he's not so much up for it. He might be in the chat. But again, he is. I thought that we were going to be more. Me and him were going to be opposites. But as you'll see, it's really the two of them. Despite the fact that one is a lifelong Republican and one is a young leftist, communist, whatever. They're the ones that are fighting me. So I mean, I don't know how we got there, and I don't remember it. So
some point here. And the third thing that really kind of resonates with me, and I call it media accountability, and media really applies to big tech as well as mainstream media. We had
so remember this was when was this? This was a year ago. This was only a year ago. Jesus Christ! This was on New Year. It couldn't have been on New Year's. Yeah, I guess New Year's Eve, 2021. And so the things that he's talking about are, it wasn't that long ago, but how quickly do things change? The climate of winter 2021 was still post summer 2020. But even that, compared 2015 to 2020 to 2021 to 2023. 2015 to 2017, 18, 19 was basically the same thing. Actually, no. But let me go back. 2010 to 2015 was basically the same thing. And then from 2015 on, like every year, it was like we were living in a new society. David Banner says, in the words of Jordan Peterson, leftist post-Marxist communist radical. I mean, come on, man. It's like, well, no, that's not how it is.
We have stories that come out all the time that are false, that are leaked from an official, Washington, D.C. insider that turns out that it's completely erroneous, things along those lines. And we have media figures that have become commentators, have actually become more of an entertainer than someone who's actually presenting facts. And
so I should have known when he said that, because again, I don't read much. I don't, whether it's news or otherwise, I don't read much. I get a lot of my information from watching videos, if for no other reason than I can consume the information a lot more quickly. It takes time to read an article. But if I have done the vetting, that if somebody tells me, hey, this is what this article says, and then I vet four different people from four different political aisles, and they're all giving their interpretation, I can watch a 5-minute video on 2x speed and get all of that information and get the different perspectives instead of just understanding what is written in the article. And so when he said that about punditry, about entertainment, I should have realized that I was walking into something that I was not ready for.
There's no accountability. There's no checks and balances against that. And I'm not advocating by any stretch censorship. But I also think there's got to be some degree of accountability that when somebody comes out and blatantly lies and goes on the air, they need to lose their jobs. And if that's a tech company blocking a story going out because they don't like it, then somebody needs to lose their job for that as well. So those are the three buckets that I kind of came up with.
Awesome. So that gives a very good starting point in the fact, as you mentioned, we all have liberty in some form as a top tier value or something that we want to preserve. I love that hoodie. And so keeping that in mind, just moving along with our introductions, I would say the people who I trust to give me information when it comes to embodying these values and living the look, I couldn't even afford the paid version of StreamYard, so they had to keep their damn thing here. Kind of life that I want to live. First and foremost would be Tim Pool for me. I think he is. I've been following him for a good 5, 6, 7 years. And when he was still doing on the ground reporting, I remember when he was in Sweden doing the no-go zones, and I've watched his evolution, and his views have changed. And I would say for the most part, I think my views have changed along with him, although of course not all of them. I just think he is, in terms of the way that I view the world, I think he gets it, and it feels pretty much the same way, but articulates it. I knew that Anirudh was not going to be in favor of Tim Pool, but I thought Blaine was going to have my back. He's like, yeah, Tim Pool is awesome. Much, much better than I do. Second would probably be I got a long list here and we can get into more, but if I have to pick the top 3, I probably would go with Steven Crowder. I actually just released a clip earlier today that was saying Crowder is for people who already agree with Crowder. So that's very interesting looking back at what everything that's been going on with the Daily Wire. So Dan says people who like cancel culture always start with, I don't like cancel culture, but you're right, man. It's why is that? Why is that? That's a really good point. It seems very simple, but that's a really good point. Why do they feel like they want to say they don't like cancel culture? Just because cancel culture is a term that is I guess a negative buzzword? But if that's what they believe in, why wouldn't you be for cancel culture? Usually it's, I don't like cancel culture, but I'm for accountability culture. Good point. You struck a nerve there. I got to think about this. So what time is it? I'm hoping my dad is definitely coming through. We're definitely going to have a short conversation. He's a little nervous, so let's be nice to him. But I just want to talk to him a little bit about what it was like watching me do this, and I've failed at pretty much everything else in my life. I was a drug addict for years, and being a YouTuber, especially for a boomer like that, probably is not what you want your son to be doing. So I want to ask him some stuff about that, but I would love if you guys have questions for him. Keep them kosher, please. He is my mom might be around, and they are both older Christian people. But yeah, so probably in the next few minutes. So we'll watch a little bit of this, and hopefully Papa Lutch will be in the building. But I don't think that changes the validity of his information. And even though he can be a little bit
here comes
out there sometimes, I
bloodbath.
think the information that he brings to light is very good. And then coming out of left field a little bit, not even really a political channel, would be Abba and Preach. These two guys that just they have a reaction channel, and sometimes they'll talk about politics, sometimes they'll talk about culture. And they talk about things that don't really get thrust into that political space as much. But in my opinion, depending on what they are, can be just as important as the things that make headlines. So those are. I was smart, yo. Again, I've got a long list here. We can get into it, but if I had to pick 3, those, and I could never listen to anybody again, I think those 3 would probably send me in the right direction. I think I'm hesitant not to bring up anybody who is specifically on the left in that list, although I do have some on my longer list. Guys, you don't understand. Like, me and him get into it. But if I actually went after him, like while we were here, he would curl into a ball. And he asked me, he asked me, like, because he said, your mom might be around, and like me and my dad are cool in that way, but my mom doesn't like the channel, she doesn't like the name, she doesn't like anything. So and even when, like, let's say the 3 of us go out to dinner, then we don't get into those kind of conversations. It's only when me and dad are on our own that we can get into that stuff. But especially if my mom is in the background, for him to be talking about that, he's going to be so self-conscious. And so it's not even fair. It wouldn't even be fun. I don't want to do that to my dad. I love my dad. Why would I want to do that? You guys are savage. But you can ask him anything you want. I'm not promising I'm going to pull it up, but I'm going to try and get him a little squeamish. So help me out with that. But I do think that Abba and Preach are far enough left in their personal lives that what they talk about, I guess you would say they're based. But they do kind of have this what I would call normie, middle of the road type of mentality that is more in line with a liberal mentality that's not a leftist mentality. Seditionalist with another good one here. I like this. Says, I tried to either culture or cancel culture, folks. You guys are dropping bombs tonight. That's on point. That's a bar right there. So yes, I've just given this this kind of prologue that, like, we want to talk about who are the good people, who are the bad people, how do you tell the difference between the good people and the bad people? And then it went left. So that is where I am coming from. So we went to Anna Root first last time. So Blaine, how about you? Who are your favorites?
Well, I want to first clarify my approach to media in general, which
Please.
is I really don't trust anybody anymore.
That's a good.
And so when I see something in the media, my initial instinct is if it's something that's of interest to me, I will try to get to primary evidence or primary data that backs up what they're saying. And that even comes when somebody says, well, here's a quote from so and so. I'm like, okay, I want to read the whole quote. I want to hear the quote within context, etc. Right. And so I go to a splattering of different sources and have to do a lot of digging to get down to what I would call core data. Some of that's because I write a lot of nonfiction, and when you do that, you really want those primary sources rather than the sound bites sometimes that get promoted. So, some of the websites I'll go look at Daily Caller. They've actually been doing some very good investigative journalism recently. And so
what do you guys think of Daily Caller?
Town Hall. Epic Times is good. Wall Street Journal.
Is it Epic Times or Epoch Times? It's EPOCH. I thought it was the Epoch Times.
Fantastic. Their editorial board, I think, is solid. They really attempt to kind of extract out the political aspects and really deal with facts, and I do appreciate that. I'll be the guy that says I do occasionally go to the Washington Post. I will even turn on like Fox News and then flip over to CNN later in the day to see the same story, to kind of go, okay, is there a middle ground here? What's the perspective of the other side on both sides of this, to determine if I really want to do any more digging. I'm with you. I had Louder with Crowder down. I think some of the stuff he did post-election was pretty much investigative journalism in many respects, which we haven't seen from a lot of comedians. And I too like Tim Pool. I think that he does a really outstanding job.
And again, so he's saying that, oh yeah, I agree with you. So I'm thinking, oh, we're gonna take Anna Root down. He's gonna talk about this leftist thing that's put up about lies about that. And it didn't have.
I try to, if I get the information from a podcast, though, I usually try to go out and find that original root data, because I found a lot of podcasters kind of snip things down to justify their own point, and so absolutely. That's how I have to approach it, and I think a lot.
Hey, we got another guest in the backstage. Whenever he gives me the thumbs up, we will bring him up. We have Jared S. Idol. What is good, brother? Welcome. Another
can you hear me well?
Guest of the yes, sir. We can hear you loud and clear. Another guest of the previous I Didn't Read Your Book podcast. How are you doing, brother?
Good. How about yourself, man?
Pretty
Congratulations
good.
on 1,000 subscribers and get monetized.
Thank you. You have a channel yourself, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Why don't you tell the people about all that?
I do a little YouTube short called Current Thoughts, where I just kind of pick stuff out of the news, whether it be cultural, celebrities, sometimes politics. They don't really do well for me, but I do it in a style of like Weekend Update that I grew up with, like Norm Macdonald and everything, kind of just poke fun at the news, and that's about it. And just started rereading my second novel. Hopefully it will come out in the next 2 to 3 months.
Nice.
That's about it.
So I just dropped the link in the description. Please go check out his channel. A very contemplative dude you are. So we had originally I don't know how. Do you remember how we got in touch originally?
Well, I remember Tim Pool had the Cast Castle vlogs, and I remember people were sending him books, and he's like, if anybody wants to send me books, I'm into horror books. I'm like, that's right. And so I sent him that and something else, and he's like, if you wanted me to showcase your books, I'm like, okay. And I got showcased in Cast Castle. Then I heard a message from you over on Twitter, and it's like, hey, you want to do this podcast I'm doing? I'm like, yeah, sure, man. What not? Why not?
That's right.
Never did anything like this, and you got me out of my comfort zone.
And now you got a channel of your own. And I had completely forgot about that. I completely forgot about that. So now the Timcast vlog, the Cast Castle vlog is behind the paywall. Are you a member?
Not yet. I'll kind of wait till they get like, more
A little more
material
stuff
going.
going on. Fair enough.
Yeah.
I've always been, he's always been my number one guy. So when he set that up, I'd never really given money to a creator before, but then I was also getting into doing it myself and realizing that, wow, it really does depend on the people who are supporting you to financially support you. And I wasn't necessarily in the position to drop super chats like the Uncle Junior Network, who just gave me $100 super chat before. I didn't have money to be dropping like that, but it really made it clear that like there's not money coming in like that, and I'm getting all of this entertainment that I really value. And not only that, but then I see this vlog. I'm entertained by the vlog, and the part of the segment of the vlog is just opening fan mail. And I'm doing a podcast about books, as you guys just saw, and they're opening all these different books. And I'm like, I wonder. And so now that you bring that up, that's actually how I found Blaine as well, because Blaine sent his book to Tim Pool,
Okay.
and Blaine was on. So we were just talking about Blaine Pardo from the Twitter group that we used to be in, that blew apart because of Anirudh. But so yeah, what are you looking to, like, where are you looking for your channel to go?
Sort of like name recognition. I've always liked horror and comedy, so I'm like, all right, kind of do the horror with the books and do the comedy kind of with the channel. Was kind of struggling to figure out what I wanted to do with the channel. I started out with the spoken lyrics. I'm like, grew up with music, doing the verse chorus, kind of writing, almost like therapeutic in a way as a teenager. And then I kind of like, that's not really doing anything for me. And to produce one of them took a very long time. So I've always made fun of things. So it kind of worked out with the current thoughts. I kind of like dabble with a few jokes. I'm like, all right, that's kind of cool. And then it started going from there. I'm like, oh, that's a really cool story. I could probably get blah, 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 some eyes on it, and kind of utilizing the YouTube shorts as, and I start getting the thousands. I'm like, all right, I think I'm on to something here where I can just like kind of poke fun at something. I kind of realize politics really don't work for my channel, so I'm like, it's hard to avoid it, but some things are just too funny not to mock or make fun of. So I kind of wanted to, I grew up with The Daily Show and Norm Macdonald's Weekend Update. So I'm like, all right, let's combine the two and, try to make something out of it. And I'm really having a fun time doing it now.
Awesome.
So,
awesome.
yeah.
How do you feel about taking a look back, as I'm doing a lot in this stream, just kind of celebrating the fact that I'm here and looking back. I have a clip here from our interview. Do you want to check it out?
Yeah, go over
it. So we have a clip here. When was
I'm wearing the same shirt.
There you go. Shout out to the Doors. So I think these must have been. There's no way that I did all of these because the last few videos have all said December. I couldn't have done all of these in the same day. So I probably posted a bunch of stuff at once. But oh my God, look how dark I was. Look how dark I was. I get dark in the summer, bro. Oh, that's, you know what? Now that I think about it, I remember, because I didn't know how easy it would be to line up the guests. And so I pre-recorded a bunch, and then I released them at that. So that's why. So real quick, Traditionalist says, I'll be honest, I often hate YouTube Shorts. They litter my subscription feed, and I've unsubbed to several channels for their sudden shorts spam. And I hear ya. I have never watched a short. I have no desire to watch shorts, but the fact is, that's what YouTube is pushing. And if you're trying to grow a channel, Yeah, if you're trying to grow a
Yeah,
channel
go
and you're
ahead.
not using those shorts, it's just you're leaving money on the table. And so for those of you who don't like my, because I put out mad shorts. If I'm not streaming, I try to put out 3 shorts a day. If I am streaming, I'll try to put out at least 1, maybe 2, and it's a lot. But and I hate that it is that way, but at this size, you really do gotta play the game. Hey, we got Harley in the building. What is going on, girl? She just joined the Discord. She was in our panel the other night. In case you not familiar, we do have the link to the Discord, the IndianJesus Discord server. 24/7 party. Link is in the description. Welcome, Harley. Glad to see you. So this is Jared here. We did an interview probably a couple years ago, and it must have been in the summer because look at that tan. Let's see what we got.
This world completely unknown. There's a full moon, trees all around.
Oh yeah, that's when I was speeding up the intros.
He enters this world completely unknown. There's a full moon, trees all around. There seems to be no escape. And the man in black, who basically is the antagonist of the whole thing, is trying to get to Mac and make him remember something that he did a long time ago.
All right, welcome back to another episode of I Didn't Read Your Book. Like, bro, look at that versus that.
Look like you have a tan.
I mean, I definitely get darker in the summer, but god damn. I am your host, Lutch, and today, Jared S. Idol, the Serpent of Eden.
I was watching Cast Castles, and he's like, hey, if you want to send me something, I'm into horror books. And I'm like, all right, I was like, I'll send this one to you, and got the idea of sending one of our the company that I work for catalogs because I knew he was into guns. I'm like, all right, that's a win-win. It's a win for me. It's a win for the company.
Nice.
I mean, I would like for him to read it, but if he doesn't, I'm like, that's still pretty cool. I spent $3 on 25,000 people looking at my book.
Exactly, and again, you can see how terrible the and I'm just like chopping it to bits. They will have this conversation and hopefully pick up your book. So going back to the book itself, so it is a horror story and obviously fiction. We read that Max Goodwell got this seemingly great life, movies, music, hot girl, and then when he goes to sleep, he is thrust into this other world. So what exactly happens to him when he falls asleep? So real quick, why don't you give us a little bit of context of the book itself? I kind of just summarized it, but obviously without having watched the episode, you don't know what's going on. So this main character, why don't you give us a little synopsis?
Yeah, Hollywood's beloved actor is on top of the world, and he gets visited by the Man in Black, aka the devil in his dreams. And through a series of events and everything, he's fallen. I'm not kind of good at like explaining my own shit, but he goes through a downward spiral, and he starts hallucinating everything. And boy, I'm bad at this. Anyway,
no, you good. So it's more so you're saying it was horror and there's a lot of like
psychological aspects to it.
That's really what I was getting at. So we're talking about this one character, and so you guys know I love my context, so I just wanted to make sure we're all on the same page.
Beforehand, he gets all these weird experiences, and this goes back to the symbol too that's on the back of the book. He actually sees the hexagon, and it starts going further down. And when he gets into the dream sequence, he enters this world completely unknown. There's a full moon, trees all around. There seems to be no escape, and all this trickery just starts happening to him. And the Man in Black, who basically is the antagonist of the whole thing, is trying to get to Max and make him remember something that he did a long time ago that I still have yet to figure out, because this might be in 3 to 4 parts.
So,
yeah, what that guy said.
Yeah, so it was a very interesting conversation. I'm very curious on how you feel about the process, like we've been talking about, of seeing YouTube, doing YouTube as its own skill, what have you like? What do you feel like you can? Because I know there's plenty of things, using the ums and ahs and Divine and Rod. Where is Divine and Rod? Has definitely taught me about not screaming into the mic and stuff. What kind of things have you been able to notice in your own work that you want to work on in terms of YouTube?
In terms of YouTube, I've been doing these shorts and kind of trying to finding my own voice and everything, and trying not to emulate my idols in a way, and trying to figure myself out, and utilize the shorts to my advantage, because I've seen I've gain, I think it was like 50 subscribers in 2 months. I'm like, all right, I'm kind of onto something, but I kind of want to do like a longer format of current thoughts. And I thought of one when Stanford University came out with these like little safe words, or soft language, as George Carlin called it, where they said homeless people or people without homes. I'm like, it's just the literal definition, so I kind of want to try to dissect a particular story where 30 seconds or 20 seconds or 30 seconds, 40 seconds ain't going to do it. But it's kind of trying to find my footing into it. And, it's a way to just get my name out there. And I'm like, hey, I'm also a writer here. I got like this horror book, check it out. And it's just trying to use it to my advantage. I never been comfortable behind a camera. I never been comfortable behind the microphone. Never liked the sound of my own voice. And I'm just like, I've always done like production wise,
like
I
behind
did
the scenes.
a little, learn how to do video and audio really quick. I did a small little podcast doing like audio and camera work for indie wrestling. Big wrestling fan. One of my coworkers is into wrestling, so he got me through the door of local promotions here in Harrisburg, and it just kind of like expanded from there. I'm like, oh, this is cool. Like, and then I actually got behind the camera and I didn't know what the hell I was doing. And I interviewed a former WWE's superstar, Evan Bourne, which he's Matt Sydal in the Indies. And I remember that day, I was like, I'm going to get enough courage to get behind the camera and try to ask him some questions, but I couldn't,
it's
scary. And I'm sure you noticed. Yeah, I'm sure you notice when you ask questions, I'm like, all right, I'm just going to go on to the next questions instead of just like rolling with it. So it was like, it's a slow process.
Yeah, man. And that is exactly what I'm talking about, guys, that it is it's a skill in and of itself. And like the fact, like, as I'm speaking right now, because I had to restart my computer, I'm trying to make sure that I can see the Twitch thing. So I'm speaking slowly and, learning to just do a million things at once and focus on, go ahead, ask it, Harley, ask it. And being able to do that, it's just a skill, just like anything else, like learning to play the guitar, learning to ride a bike, learning to write a book, learning to do anything else. It's just a skill, and we're all as afraid, we're all as scared, we're all as bad at doing YouTube when we start. There is no way to get better at YouTube than doing YouTube. Are you familiar with the channel Roberto Blake? He does stuff about how to build your YouTube channel.
Oh no.
So definitely check him out. He's got a great video about I think it's just called 100 Crappy Videos. And the idea is that in order to become a YouTuber, a good YouTuber, you have to have at least 100 crappy videos. And the idea is that you just cannot get better at YouTube without doing them. And so everybody wants to everybody wants to
it's kind of like anything, you have to keep practicing at it.
Yeah. And that's
essentially
that's the thing, is that it just creates a situation where you got to dive in with both feet. There is no other way. So I know you feel like you're just at the starting line, but I definitely have faith in you. You know, from even the
thank you.
interview that we had a year ago. And you know, you're definitely, compared to what you're doing, you're finding your voice, you're getting there, and it's just a matter of keep going. So definitely, guys, you know, just like Dr. Evil Genius and Captain Paul were talking about before, like we remember those who are here from the beginning. So go check Jared out, and as he becomes famous and amazingly good at YouTube, you'll be able to say, yo, I was here when he had 53 subscribers. So you can be the 54th. So
I just talk a lot of crap on YouTube.
I mean, shit, don't we all?
Just bust a lot of balls.
Don't we all? So any social media or books or anything else that you want to shout out to the people?
Yeah, I'm currently, well, I just finished the second draft of the sequel to The Serpent of Eden called Servant of Seduction. It picks up where it left off. Spoiler alert if you know, anybody who had not read The Serpent of Eden, but it picks up where it left off. Picks up where it left off with Max in Elixir Rehabilitation Center as he was getting clean from doing meth and all this other jazz. And he kind of seduces a woman to do his bidding, performing a ritual, which is another part of eating called the servant of seduction. And he sends her out to take care of two people, seduce them, and then when she gets them alone and about to get busy, he comes in and, you know, and that's about it. And I'm doing a read through of it right now with my wife just to make sure everything sounds good, everything's well written before I send it off to the editor within a month. The cover's done. I got a coworker of mine to help me do the cover, which I tortured my wife to do because all that I picture for this next book was just a woman with sexy legs.
Hey,
and I'm like, all right,
I'm down
wife's got
with
sexy
that.
legs. All right, I was like, well, she's got sexy legs. Hey, maybe I can talk her into walking. You know, and
David's saying this book
So-
sounds wild, so I think we got one. And then the Mikey story, another YouTuber said, I used my phone when I got started with YouTube, and I've made adjustments along the way, as well as got a GoPro for better cam work. Yeah, man, that is exactly what it is. So we're all just trying to get 1% better with each video, each week, each stream, whatever it is. So to you, anyone else in the chat, anyone else watching, you know, I mean, I'm a baby on this thing myself, but obviously, you know, the monetization is a very big thing. But everybody, as long as you keep going, you will get better, and you will make it. So thank you so much for hanging out with us, Jared. I really appreciated you coming up. I definitely appreciated you being part of the I Didn't Read Your Book podcast, and I appreciate you continuing to support me.
All righty. Thank you for having me on, man. You can find me on Facebook and Facebook at Jared S. Idol 13, Instagram and Twitter at just Jared S. Idol, and my YouTube, Jared S. Idol. Check out my shorts. I think you'll have a laugh at some of the things I poke fun of, especially recently. I'm so proud of this one joke where Jane Fonda blamed the climate change on racism, and I thought that was hilarious. So I did a bit where it's like, yeah, my wife used that same excuse when she went into work, you know, the next day, and it's like, holy crap, what happened to your eye? And she goes, climate change. Damn it, climate change. You know, why do you have to keep assaulting women? You know, you're here safe in the office, unless you don't get that report. Then damn you again, climate change.
How dare you?
I love it. Love it. Beautiful. Suggestionless gives a big thank you, as do I. Thank you so much, brother. Again, the link is for Jared's channel is in the chat. Please go check him out. You have a good one, brother.
All right.
So you can see that as we're watching old stuff that I'm doing, and we're watching people who are a little newer at this, it's not like because you're not at the place that other people are, that you're bad at it. It just is a process that takes time. So yeah, so Harley was saying she had a question, she wants to wait. I can star the I can save the comments. So if you guys got questions and I can't answer it right away, I can start and come back to it. So she says, I was reading a questionnaire given to 6th grade students, and I couldn't answer this question. How do you describe your race? Well, and I mean, Dan says a human, but I don't really think that's helpful in terms of the what they're asking. So I think if in 2023, if they're trying to ask this question, I would assume that there's some angle of wokeness or something like that. But that has always been a innocuous question. And so, how do I describe my race? I'm mostly half Indian and half Chinese, but my parents were born and raised in the West Indies. My mom was born and raised in Jamaica. My dad was born and raised in Trinidad and Tobago. And I was born in America. So that's my race, that combination. I think, yeah, the race to the bottom. I think it is interesting that people care so much about this, but I don't think it is something that is irrelevant. I think there's a lot of things that are, good to talk about with different cultures, different races. It's just that people asking this stuff don't really care about that. So I'm gonna text my dad, see where he is. Oh, did he text me? Did he text me? No, brother. All right, so let's jump back into some of this. We yeah. Yeah. I mean, why jump on their woke shit? Because I mean, you don't want to. You don't need to. And the answer that you gave is a perfectly good answer, but the fact of the matter is that if somebody's asking that question, then they're not looking for this answer. And so you can speak to the actual answer of what your ethnic heritage is, and stand and have that conversation and not let them be on their woke-ish. That's how you do it. If we just avoid these conversations, then in the same way that we assume that the Antifa people who are at protests but won't even speak about what they are protesting, then if we assume they have no idea what they're talking about. And so I'm very comfortable talking about how I'm from a different country. My family, my heritage is from a different country. I was born in America. I am an American first before anything else. And there's nothing that needs to be woke about that. Mikey asks, where in Trinidad and Tobago? I don't know, but hopefully he'll be here soon. So let's start this one and we will get the exact answer. I know what they want, but I don't want to go there. That's fair. I mean, that's fair. I don't hate your answer. I just, I don't feel like I need to, we were just talking about this last night in the Discord server about answering questions. And when you're in a conversation with somebody and they ask you a question, even if it's a bad question, even if they're making a dumb point, it's still respectful and shows that you're in good faith to answer the question and then determine why it's a bad question. To just say, well, that's a bad question, especially when it's a simple question like, where are you from? Or what is your genetic makeup? I'm not as defensive as a lot of people are. That's it. So while we're waiting for Papa Watch here, let's watch me going to Carnival. Oh, that is going to be a good one. I am going to be waiting for that video. That is going to... That is the best answer. That is the best answer, especially if you're white. That's a joke. Hey, we got Just Talk About It in the building. Oh, how are you doing, girl? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yet another YouTuber who is doing awesome, awesome things. How are you doing? Let me get this link here. Oh, no, that's not what I want to do. Wait. Copy, not paste. Now, we got, yes. So, Jess is another awesome YouTuber. Please go check out her channel. Welcome to the party. Harley says, I don't mind talking about it. I think the why they worded it is what was so weird to me. Yep. Because again, I already knew from the way that you had relayed their phrasing that there was a woke aspect to it. They're looking to categorize you. They're looking to measure your oppression. They're looking to determine where you fit in. And you can answer that question and have that conversation without allowing them to, you know what? That's a fantastic point. That's a fantastic point. I take that back, Dan. You are 100% right. You are 100% right. That is not, you're right. That is not an appropriate conversation for sixth graders, in my opinion. Not the conversation about where are you from, what is your heritage, but use it in the context that they are asking. You are 100% right. You have changed my mind. There you go. Anybody wants to say that I always have to be right, you just seen it live on air. Where did we leave off? Yeah, just in the minute. Yeah, I'm trying to go to Carnival too. Mike says, bro, I already know that I might be able to show might not be able to show certain things on YouTube because the turn up is way up there. Oh yeah. You think I mean, y'all, if y'all not familiar with Caribbean Carnival, like Google it. It's out there. Essentially says wokeism, where inclusivists try to find any way to exclude you from the conversation. Yeah, man, definitely a great point. You know, I kind of glossed over the part that it was asked towards sixth graders. And again, when I was in sixth grade, it's not like we didn't have conversations about that. Whether it was from, I don't know necessarily. Actually, no, that's a lie because everybody wasn't so uptight, and I would get asked, "What are you?" all the time. And the fact that oh my goodness, just talk about it with the $20 super chat. Thank you. And as always, let's go. What do we got here for Morty? We're gonna give him a double. Morty, come here. You got a treat. You want a treat? Every super chat comes with a Morty treat. Where is he?
A lot of Americans are in the same boat. It's like, I don't.
All right. Well, we'll leave that here for him. Me and Morty, thank you so much. That is awesome. Thank you so much. I don't even remember what I was saying. Wow, I'm honored again, guys. I know I keep saying it, but you don't understand. I mean, Jess does because she's a YouTuber. But those of you who are not YouTubers, you don't understand how much work goes into this without any idea that you know, you're able to make money from this, but you don't know if that's going to happen. All right, so we got Papa Lutch in the backstage. Well, I just want to make sure he's ready. Let's see. Oh, okay. So he's trying to turn his camera on. If your camera is not working, that's fine. You can just put the G. If it is working, I'll let you fiddle with that. And either if you come on screen, give me a thumbs up when you're ready, or just put the G thing up, and I will bring you up with that. But again, Jess, thank you so much. You made it. I did make it, and you guys will too. Keep at it. So yeah, Harley said they had more questions, but I don't know if you want to know what they were. Yeah, sure, please. That's a very interesting conversation because that one question does speak to there's probably some wokeness going on, but we could get a better idea based on what the other questions were. So I'm going to put this on. I'm going to put this back on so that I can text my dad and see if he is having some trouble there.
Know where to go to trust anything, so I have to do digging on things that I think are really important.
So remember, he was just talking about how I was saying that I have my exactly Seabass. Shout out to Seabass. I was in this conversation. This was my first ever live stream, my first ever panel that I did. I was still under the I Didn't Read Your Book podcast, and I thought that it was going to be a conversation about which pundits, which people, which YouTube channels, so on and so forth, do we like. And then they all turned on me. And Blaine is saying that if he hears something, then he give me a thumbs up if you're ready. All right. So we've got Papa Lutch in the building. Let's go. Give it up for Papa Lutch.
Hi guys.
Doing, Dad?
First of all, I just saw Blaine on there, and I want to congratulate him again on a great job. I sent him a message. That's thank you for standing up for what's right and your strength and everything. Good for you, man. Kudos.
Yeah, so he's not actually here. That we were watching the video of that, but 100%, I'm sure he will watch this, knowing that I told him that we are going to be talking about him. And definitely, you know, if you guys haven't seen the video that I put up yesterday, reading his article about beating the woke. Again, it's just a matter of standing up to people and not even standing up to people, but just standing up for what you believe in. So again, if you guys have questions for my daddy, just drop them in the chat. But so I just, the reason I wanted to bring you up is I wanted to get your perspective. Like where, you know, I know that, you know, I'm just starting with the professional side of this, but there's been so many things in my life that have not really gone the way that I want to go, between getting arrested and getting into drugs and then getting into all these other things. Yes, this is my real dad. I came from this guy's ballsack.
Thanks a lot.
Well, I didn't complain. And so when you first so because again you knew that I was doing the All Really podcast, you knew that I was doing the I Didn't Read Your Book podcast. So when I specifically when I made the move to the Indian Jesus, what did you think about it? What did you you know, where was your head at? Yeah, Mikey Story says pass say it. Say give us the accent.
Pass pepper sauce with the mango, no man.
There you go. There you go.
That's funny. Yeah. Nice to meet you too. How you doing, Jess? Great hesitation. All along the way, ever since way back when you first dragged us from the dark ages to internet and AOL and all of that and thing, you were always ahead of the game as far as we who were like dinosaurs. When you embarked on this thing with Jesus, no need to tell you, we're from a religious family, especially on your mom's side, and the name kind of let's say created a little consternation
yeah. And but hold on, I don't mean to cut you off, but we have the one, the only, the lead attorney in the building. Oh my goodness, thank you so much for showing up, TLA. I cannot thank you enough. I would not be able to get here without you. Give me 1 second here. I would not be able to get here without you. The amount of knowledge this man has, the amount of skill this man has. If you are not following the lead attorney, I don't care who you are, you messing up. So, lead attorney, thank you so much for everything that you do, everything that you've done, everything that you continue to do. Check out his channel and shout out to Jess and the Mikey Story, also of the TLA crew. I love it. Thank you so much for stopping by. I love it. Thank you. Back to my daddy. So you're saying, yeah, the mom did not really like the name. And how did she find out about that? How did she find out about that?
Well, the name was mentioned along the way, but I don't think it really sunk in until I got an Indian Jesus T-shirt and put it on, and then all hell broke loose. So that made it real. That made it real.
I got a long email. Like, listen, we come from a religious family, and you need to do this, you need to do that, you need to do that. And I obviously I couldn't do that. But so once you saw that it was starting to do more than, because you had always supported me. You had always watched the I Didn't Read Your Book podcast episodes and all of that. And once you saw me switch to this Indian Jesus thing, and you like you said, hesitation, but once you saw it doing more than what what the book podcast was doing, that must have changed your opinions, or maybe not.
No. Even from before, I knew. I got to tell you, audience. And forgive me for delving a little bit into history here, but I used to have major, robust discussions with my dad many years ago, and my dad was a very, very smart guy, and I thought I was smarter than him, and we'd get into robust discussions. Now, 50 years later, Adam and I would get into robust discussions, and I am convinced that he's much smarter than I am, and especially in the ability to research things and think clearly and come up with obviously very strong opinions. So there was never a doubt in my mind that you have the ability to do things like this. As to how far it would go and the potential and whatever, I never really knew. But once I saw the change in format with the Indian Jesus, and that it took on a whole different thing and it was a whole different level from the interviewing the authors, which were excellent for what it was worth. But obviously this Darshan, very cool. I'm very pleased for you, and I kind of knew that you were going to make something of this. And I got to tell you, I didn't understand the monetization part of it. And I know you had told me this, in fact, from 4 or 5 years ago, you told me, you could do this and make money. And at that point in time, I'm like, yeah, sure. But but in terms of content and in terms of what you're doing, fortunately, I've had the opportunity to look at quite a few of them, and very impressed. And I've learned a lot of things along the way. Semantic obfuscation and
there you go, semantic obfuscation.
So kudos to you for what you're doing, your energy and whatever. And I also got to tell your audience, I'm sure they know by now that when you get into intense discussion with you, it tends to cause heads to explode. And many times over many glasses of wine and beer, you made my head explode. So
Yep, it definitely gets there. And I have to attribute a lot of that to you, because you were the very first person in my life who would, and we didn't always have a great relationship, but you're still the very first person in my life who was Mikey, I'll come back to that one. The very first person who was
Rum and Coke.
There you go. We got you got, well, they'll pay me, but cheers.
Okay. Yeah, sorry.
Drinking, but I'm not telling the internet until they pay me for it.
Okay.
And the fact is, especially before we had this type of relationship, I didn't have anybody to talk to, and I didn't know that there was things that I could think that were different than what a lot of other people thought, that also was correct in my own right. And so I shrunk myself. I mean, I'm already tiny, but I shrunk myself down and felt like I had to hide away from the world. And it wasn't until you and I, finally sat down and tried to work through the issues that we had. And it's not like they were crazy. It was just kind of, you having worked a lot. We just didn't get a lot of opportunity to connect. When you had the time, when you weren't tired from working, 48-hour shifts, then, we could kick the soccer ball around, we could watch movies and stuff. But that's just not as much as a kid wants to spend with their dad. And so once we are able to get past that stuff and start having real conversations, it really made me feel that, like, oh, okay, I'm not wrong about everything. I might be wrong about some things here and there, usually not, but it's okay to have these different thoughts and to explore these thoughts and to be wrong about these thoughts. That's the other thing that I guess I had to learn about exploring these topics. You're inevitably going to take something the wrong way. You're inevitably going to you're inevitably going to get something wrong. And as long as you're okay with that, and as long as you are here to learn and to be a better person, then I think you're on the right track. And I have to attribute that to you being the very first person. And all of you guys in the chat, you guys are here now and able to give me the time to talk about what I want to talk about. But I would never have the confidence to do that without that man right there. So thank you so much. We have a question here from the Mikey story. Where in Trinidad are you from?
Chaguanas, which is central Trinidad, and Woodbrook, which is part of Port of Spain, the city where I went to high school. Smokey and Bunty on the main road. Main road where, dude? Any main road will do.
We got, so I'm the Indian Jesus, and you're the dad, so you're the Indian Joseph. There we go.
Sounds good.
Harley says, having a father is important. I'm lucky to have known my dad and everything that he taught me. Super facts. I cannot tell you, a story I've told before, but I haven't told in a little while. Was about when I first realized that, we were a well-off family. And I mean, I still don't really know what kind of money you make, but I realized that we're not poor. I never had to worry about where our next meal is coming from. But at the same time, you and Mom did a great job of not spoiling us, because I had no idea. And it wasn't until I was in 8th grade. I was in 8th grade and I was 6th grade, and I was sitting in Miss Schmidt's social studies class. And one of my friends was looking at a car magazine, and there was a BMW 740 IL in the magazine. And I was, kind of not like eavesdropping, like we're kind of, friends, whatever. And I was kind of just looking over. I was like, oh, my dad has that car. And everybody's like, what? Your dad has this car? I was like, yeah, what? And they were like, oh my God, that's so cool. And to underline how ignorant I actually was, I was like, yeah. And you know what my mom drives? A Ford Windstar. Like, oh, cool. And that made me think back to, I don't know if you remember this, but there was a time in third grade where there was who was it? My friend Temmie. I don't remember if you would remember. It was a black dude from the other side of town, and he came over, and we had to pick him up from his house. And as we're pulling into our driveway, he goes, "Whoa, how many families live here?" And that was a question that I was just like, "What?" Because I didn't even know that multifamily homes were a thing. And so, I just got a shout out to you for not only coming to this country with nothing and building a life for yourself, but building a life for me and my siblings, and also providing that life without spoiling us. You know, I mean, a lot of people would say that we probably are a little bit spoiled.
Well, the credit for not spoiling you goes to your mother. Yeah, your mother is the one responsible for keeping things.
I
And
believe that.
by the way, Mikey, St. James is right next to Woodbrook, so it's 10 minutes from Woodbrook.
Okay, there you go.
All right, so not far.
No, too far. Well, he's going out to Carnival. He is a travel
man.
vlogger, so he's going
I'm
out.
jealous. I'm jealous.
Yeah,
I'm jealous.
that's what I said. He is going out there. He's gonna have to worry about how much he can actually show on YouTube, but he is gonna have a good time.
Wow, tell him have a great time.
He's listening. But so you were saying about mom and the not spoiling.
So the credit for keeping you guys grounded and not spoiled, all credit goes to your mother. All credit goes to your mother. She's the one who kept things straight and kept me straight. So all credit to her on that note.
Yeah, and I mean, I definitely know that she has her different perspective on money. But I still personally have to really attribute that to you, because the fact is that I mean, not to take away from her, but to really highlight you know, what I'm trying to say is that you were the one who came here, you did all this, you provided this. And you know, just like Stishlis is saying here, you put a golden spoon in my mouth, and not only did you do that, but you allowed me to have that spoon in my mouth and not realize that it was golden. And I don't know a better way to exist in that context. So does anybody have any questions for Papa Lutch, for the Indian Joseph, before he runs out of here? But yeah, I want to thank you so much.
Okay.
So
all right, my pleasure. Wish you continued success, and say hi to everybody. I kind of know everybody's name now from watching many of these podcasts. And Mikey, cool man, enjoy Trinidad, enjoy Carnival, and I'm jealous.
So
but have a great time.
So on is there yeah, oh yeah, that's what'd you say, rum and coke, right?
Actually, it's rum, and would you believe it's Cuban rum?
There you go. Where'd you get that?
One of my patients brought it for me. Back from Cuba. It's called Havana Club.
Ooh, that sounds fancy.
You could taste the sugar cane in the rum. It's phenomenal.
Nice. I'm gonna have to have some of that next time I come over.
Okay. All right. So continued success, and very pleased and proud.
Mikey, is this for me? Is this for him? So let's both go. So Dad, what would you like to change, knowing what you know now, just about let's say comment. Well, I'll answer, and then Mikey, you can clarify who you were. So for me, if I knowing what I know now, if I could go back in time and change things about my life, I would. I would take more time to be contemplative about the things that come up. And what I mean by that is I spent a lot of times, and Dad, you'll remember that when I was younger, I always fell in with the wrong crowd. And it was because of the same types of things that I was talking that I'm talking about right now with what I do on this channel. And most people didn't think that way. Most people didn't. And even now, you'll see me get into conversations, but and it gets contentious. That's with me being conscious of how I talk about these things. And so, going back, I would just tell myself to have the confidence to be myself. But Mikey doesn't care about me. That was for you. So again, the question was, what would you like to change, knowing what you know now?
I think for me, the only thing I would change is
Tough one, right?
Not being so caught up in the career and trying to spend a little more time with my family earlier on. But you realize that even as kids get older, you have different relationships with them. But I think Jess said it. Hang on to it and cherish every moment at each stage of the game. So I you can't change what is, but I guess the one thing I would change is maybe spending more time with the family as much as.
I'm all for that. So David Banner asks, is it a bad idea to cash out my 401 for a down payment on a Mercedes?
Damn straight.
Go for it, bro. Get you some. Get you
Actually,
some.
wait, it's so funny. I just got rid of my a Mercedes because I was putting too much miles on it, too many miles, and got rid of it because I wasn't going to pay them for 24,000 miles for the next year, and got myself a hybrid Kia to drive to work. So blonde Mercedes. Cute.
And that goes right in line with everybody is saying about being grounded and humble, and I really think that that's one of the biggest. There's so many things that I've taken from you, but that is something that I realized that comes directly from you, because you are a very intelligent person. You are well-to-do. You're very in the know about things, but you don't have to flash it everywhere. And I didn't always think that way. I felt like, well, I'm right, and I want to show you that I'm right. And
Can I give credit just to answer Jess? I think that comes from my parents were in the diplomatic service. My dad, when he passed, was a ambassador to Canada. But the credit about staying grounded and is from my mother, and she never ever created any image for herself or anything like that. And one thing she said to me before I went to medical school, she said, "Gordon, remember that patients are people first," and that has stayed with me my entire life. And I think that's the essence of what she was. Quick story. Okay, I'm sorry to hold you.
Yeah, hey, we're chilling. We got all the time in the world.
They went to a big fancy party in Washington D.C. when my parents were in Washington D.C. And my mom bought a $90 dress at Marshall's and went to this party where everybody was wearing hundreds and $1,000 dresses, all the fancy women, and she was the belle of the ball in her $90 Marshall dress. And to her, that was something to be proud of, not to be ashamed of, because she wasn't into this kind of show thing. So just to answer your question, I think it comes from there. And I think it kind of shows you how values transcend generations, and values transcend generations. So I didn't want to get too mushy, but
hey, that's what we do here. We get mushy, we get deep, we get as real as we can get. So I love that. I love that story. And that really does speak to exactly what we're talking about. That it's not just that she made it work. It's that the point of pride was that I made it work despite.
Right. Hey, Mikey, Selwyn Richardson, my dad knew him when Eric Williams was prime minister. He was the one that gave my dad the first ambassadorial appointment to Venezuela, and then from there other things. And he was a career diplomat. It wasn't a political appointment. So he knew Selwyn Richardson. Interesting. Wow.
So can you talk about that a little? So that it was, because Mikey's obviously from Trinidad, but what did your dad do? What was his position and all
my
that?
My dad actually went to Oxford University on scholarship from Trinidad. And when he came back, he joined the Foreign Service and rose in the ranks to a senior level, even at the age of 38. And then he got his first ambassadorial appointment from Eric Williams to Venezuela, and it was clearly delineated as a non-political ambassadorial appointment. And from there, he went to other places, India and the Far East, and his final posting was to Ottawa in Canada. but he died at the ripe old age of 49. So, but he achieved a lot in that short time, and kudos to him for what he did, and kudos for my mom for keeping it real all the way along. So, nutshell.
Shout out to the Grandpa Lutchman, Grandma Lutchman. And speaking of that, it's yeah, sure. Let's do that. Mikey wants to
What?
come up and chat a little bit. You got time? You got time?
Yeah, sure.
All right. This is just for my yeah, for right now this is just for Mikey. We'll do some other stuff later, but Mikey, come on up, brother. Come on up. But yeah, absolutely small world that his
Calvin
uncle.
Richardson. Wow, I remember that name.
That's crazy, and it's amazing how the world works, and people this is the kind of thing that as an atheist I absolutely believe in more. I have no idea what the more is, but there's some more happening. I'm pretty sure it has nothing to do with God. I could be wrong, but I think that there definitely is. There's definitely more. So we are welcoming the Mikey story.
Hey.
Welcome.
How you doing, man?
I'm all right. I'm all right. Good to meet you, Papa Lutch.
Nice to meet you too. Sounds great. So you're from St. James?
Yes, actually, I don't know if you're familiar with Kathleen Street and Bond Road.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We used to go to St. James when we wanted sauce and black pudding.
Well, funny you mentioned, because that same doubles cart is still on the same road.
Really?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So you're heading down for Carnival?
Yes.
In a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Oh man, you want another buddy to travel with you?
Come on.
Hey,
I tell you what, I'll bring you back a bottle of Oluk.
Okay, all right.
There we go. We'll get you guys to exchange emails, and you guys could be good friends.
Very cool. Very cool.
So, it's funny you mention Woodbrook, because I actually used to go to a school called Donruss.
Where? I don't know.
Donruss.
Donruss? Where?
Yeah. So, like, you know where the police barracks is, right?
Yes.
So that's where Donruss used to be.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yes.
That's where you went.
Huh? And also, speaking of the barracks, Selwyn's house was right there.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Because I don't know if you remember the backstory with Selwyn. Unfortunately, he got assassinated.
Oh no, I didn't know that.
Yes, he got assassinated.
I didn't know that. Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mikey, did you? I know you guys could probably have
sorry
a
about
million
that.
things
I
to
guess
talk
this is
about.
a
Did you have any direct questions?
Yeah. Sorry.
Did you have any direct questions?
I mean, just wanted to, show my face.
I'll make sure you guys have your email addresses.
Okay.
Sorry
about
small
it.
word like that, you
personal
definitely you want to be connected. I don't want to hold everybody else up without stuff that we don't know that we're talking about.
I don't mean to,
Not a problem.
Yeah, but I just like, since he, was familiar, and I'm like, wow, I mean, that's another roots guy, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Definitely.
All right. Yeah, I won't keep you up too late. So, absolute pleasure talking to you, Mikey.
Absolutely.
Yes. Maybe I'll have you up a little later when we're getting down to panel stuff.
Yeah. All right.
But did drop Mikey's channel in the chat. So before you go, why don't you let the people know what your channel is about, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. So I am the Mikey Story. My channel is about travel and lifestyle. So basically, I'm just showing my life, as it happens, but also I'm showing travel. So I'm kind of merging the two into one, kind of thing. So obviously I'm excited that I will be in Trinidad in about a week, actually in about a week and 2 or 3 days. So I'll be covering everything. So you're gonna see a lot of content coming from Trinidad. So you're gonna see a lot of culture, music, food, people, you name it. I'll even show you, back to where everything started from in terms of, where I grew up and the backstories and whatever I can show, obviously, on YouTube without, them taking it down. But anyways, but yeah, that's pretty much what you could look forward to in the coming weeks. And as well as I have other plans that are coming up, and it all centers around travel and lifestyle. So I'm very excited. So
Beautiful.
once again, that's the Mikey story. And as well as you can check me out on Instagram, the Mikey story, also on Twitter, the Mikey story. So there's my pitch.
Beautiful, beautiful. I'll make sure you guys get in contact, and maybe we'll all go down for Carnival.
Yeah, you'd love it. So,
I bet I would.
Have you ever been to Trinidad Carnival?
Not Carnival. I've been to. I think we went once, right?
Trinidad twice. Yeah, twice.
Oh, twice. Right. Yeah. Been there twice. Never been to Jamaica, but that's on the bucket list. But thank you so much, Mikey. I really do appreciate you hanging out, and hope to see you a little bit later. Take care.
All right, good to meet you.
Care. Nice to meet you. Okay,
So,
Adam.
And so I really, again, just underlining the fact that I could not be here without you. And despite the fact that, we both touched on the fact that when I was younger, you were working a lot and I didn't get a lot of time or as much time. I did get a lot of time, but not as much time as I would have liked to, to hang out with you, and it actually wasn't, fortunately, it wasn't too late when I realized that it was because you were working and not because you didn't want to hang out with me or anything like that. But the fact that we've been able to build this relationship since then has been amazing, and it is directly relevant to whatever success I've had. And I have promised to buy this man a car, a Maserati or a Lamborghini with YouTube money. So if you're down for it, then there's only one way that's going to happen. So any final words for the people, for me as a son in front of the Dr. Evil Genius says, at least we know the Indian Jesus won't have hairline problems. Look at that head of hair. You're goddamn right. But
Okay,
yes, any final words for me or for the
final
people?
thing is, I love you very much, and I wish you every success in whatever whatever I can do to support you here. You got it. Okay.
Well, thank you so much. And again, we will of course be talking about all this stuff. Oh, have you how was the Christmas gift? I got him a mat. We're getting into golf, and I got him this mat where when you swing, like those pillows where it's got like sequins and you could brush it one way and it's one color and you brush it the other way. And it's the same kind of thing, but it's a mat. And so you do your golf swing, and it'll show you if you like polars. Well, I don't know what the terminology is, but have you been using it?
Yes, I have actually.
Are you getting better?
It's very telling. It's very telling. So thanks a lot.
All right, I'll definitely have to check it out next time we're at the golf cave.
Yeah. All right, guys. Good night. Thanks, everybody. Pleasure, and Adam, all success, and love you, man.
Love you too, Daddy.
All right. Take care.
Take care.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye. So that's my dad. That's my dad, and that's where I come from. That is, my whole, really, I don't know if he would appreciate me even saying this, but that really is when it comes to family, that is my whole family. Obviously my mom is his wife, but she and I don't really have the type of relationship that he and I do. So as far as I'm concerned, he is my family. So anything, yeah. And Dad, if you're watching this part, everybody very much appreciated you as much as I did. So let's go back to some of the, so Seditionalist asked me, am I an atheist or agnostic? And Harley was quite confused by my answer that I was both. Well, very often people ask this question. And I love the opportunity to talk about this. So the fact of the matter is that the words are very different. Gnostic. So let's go back to so these words here. Gnostic, without the A, Gnostic. Gnostic or Gnosticism refers to knowledge. Theist or theism refers to belief in a god or gods. And so those are two different things. And so most people think that you're either a Christian, you're an agnostic and you're kind of in the middle, or you're an atheist and you believe for a fact that there is no God. But that is not correct. That is not the meaning of these words. So agnostic means without knowledge, and atheist means without belief in a god or gods. So if God were to come down right now and be like, I'm God and I can prove it, I would no longer have anything not to believe. And I accept that that is a possibility. And so I'm agnostic on the fact, on the claim whether God exists or not. I don't know. But based on all of the evidence that I have seen and researched and over the years, I do not accept the claim that God does exist. So, and that honestly is most atheists. There are some dumbasses who think they know everything about everything. They don't. But if you are Gnostic in either way, not agnostic, but if you are Gnostic, either way, if you know for a fact that God exists, well, great. I would love to hear how you know that for a fact. You can believe it all you like, but I would love to know how you know. And if you know that God doesn't exist, same thing. I would love to know how you know, because I could not fathom how you'd be able to prove that. And so because most of us hold that position, that while we don't accept the claim, we don't have knowledge of the real answer, that makes us agnostic atheists. Jared said he was an agnostic atheist and a nihilist for a long time. Now I'm spiritual. Well, you can be all of those things at the same time. You can be a spiritually nihilist, agnostic atheist. These are all different words that can have overlap. And so if you're if you're an atheist, and that refers to, again, your belief in the acceptance of or your acceptance of the claim God exists. If you accept that, then you are a theist. If you don't accept it, you are an atheist. If you know that that's if you know that your belief is the reality, then you are Gnostic, which you shouldn't be. If you're nihilist, then it has to do with believing that there is no inherent meaning to the world, to the universe, to anything, and that we can inject our own meaning into the world, the universe, our lives, so on and so forth. And then spirituality I think all of this falls under spirituality. So it's, and going back to the whole thing about semantic obfuscation, people who use these words purposely to confuse people, which happens way too often, is why I originally started looking down that road and became an atheist. Because before the woke stuff was here, it was the religious right that was impeding people's ability to live the way they want. And so that's what got me down that road. And I was, and you just heard, my dad is a very religious person, and my mom's an even more religious person. And I was brought up in that in the Catholic Church, and we were in the Methodist Church for a while. I was more into the Methodist Church than I was into the Catholic Church, but then I read books. Lee is in the building. Welcome, Lee. What is good? It says, can we not define God as that which exists? You can, but then this is God, and this is God, and I am God, and this is God, because they all exist. You can do whatever you want, but sure. If you want to say God is that which exists, yes, I do believe things exist. Harley says, I know through my own experience. Do you know or do you believe? I know not everybody has the same experience as me, so I can't prove it to you. So that is what you believe. And that's fine. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But we can't, if we're going to have honest conversations, then we have to use words in the way that they are meant to be used. Otherwise, we're doing this whole semantic obfuscation thing. And so that's fine. If you believe, based on your own experience, you have a strong belief that you can't fathom that there would be no God. That is, you're free to have that position, but you don't know. You don't know. And that's fine. You believe. You have faith. That's what that word means. If you, that's exactly why they use the word faith, because you don't know, and you don't have to know. God doesn't want you to know. God wants you to have faith. The whole idea is that you are, according to Christianity, is that you are given the free will to make that decision to believe or not believe, to have faith or to not have faith. But that is only possible if the knowledge is not available. If we can verify it, then there's no need for belief or non-belief or faith or any of that. It's just knowledge. Nobody needs to believe that 2 + 2 = 4. Nobody needs to believe that I can text people from this phone, because you have your phone, and every other phone that you've ever seen has texting capabilities. And so, sure, maybe that's in the maybe in the same context, you don't know. Maybe this phone's dead, so you don't know. You have faith in the fact that this phone can send text messages. Even those of you who I have personally texted, you don't know that I was using this phone. What if this is a prop, but I have another phone? And so we just have to be very specific. And if you believe with all your heart, whatever it is that you believe based on your own experience, I have no desire to take that away from you. I just don't want the people, not you, the people who are saying that because they believe X, Y, and Z, now we have to change legislation and you have to live according to my beliefs. That is what I have an issue with. And again, 10 years ago, it was the religious right, and right now it's the woke left. And so that's fine. And Harley, the fact that you say that you can't prove it to me, cool, great. It's the people who say, no, I can prove it because I know. Well, what? That's not what that means, though. And so, fine. If you have a belief, I believe that my dad loves me. I believe that. For all I know, there is a possibility that everything he just said is bullshit. Is it reasonable to think that? Is it likely to happen? No. But is it possible? Absolutely. But through my own experience, I have a very, 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 very strong conviction that he loves me. There's nothing wrong with saying that I don't know that for a fact in 100% certainty. And when it comes to arguments about the existence of God, we are talking about knowledge in terms of 100%. And if it's not 100%, then we're talking about, okay, where is it? 10%? Is it 5%? Is it 15%? Is it 85%? Where are we? And we have to make judgments based on what we believe, based on those things. And in my opinion, whatever the percentage is, whatever number you want to put on it, it's not high enough. For me personally, if it's high enough for you, that is great. Jared said, my brother was an atheist, and now he's born again Christian. He's been on a better path after years of substance abuse. Well, hey, again, I have no desire to take that away from people who it has a direct function in their life. I would have no desire to do that. Do I believe that he believes the right things? But that's not for me to, that's not my role to say, hey, you believe the wrong thing. You can believe whatever the hell you want. Harvey says, I myself don't follow Christianity. I used to as a child, but it never felt right to me. It's definitely not right. Yeah, right? Exactly. Show your work. Show your work on that one. Lee says, religion has been selected by evolution, whereas this woke nonsense will either get us all killed or be gone in 50 years. I would say the 50 years thing, I could make the same argument about religion, but either way, even if religion, and I agree with you, religion has been selected by evolution. That doesn't mean that it is logical or correct. But I'm trying to think if I do, like at the height of the worst of what the religious right was doing, at the height of the woke left. Yeah, I don't think it's a comparison. The woke left is so much worse. It's so much worse. Yeah. But the problem, guys, this is getting to the core of this channel. This is getting to the core of this channel. The woke left is without humility, morality, and spirituality / religion. But why is that? Why is that? Is it possibly because that if you come to the place where you no longer accept the claim that God exists, that now the humility, morality, and spirituality are now taken from you by those who do believe? That is exactly what happens. Religion has a stronghold. Religion has co-opted morality. And so when you tell the people you either believe what I believe or you're a bad person, then they're like, all right, I guess I'm a bad person then. Because I can't make myself believe something I don't believe. You can't make yourself believe that I'm a white person. Your brain will not let you do that. You've seen what I look like. And so once there's a claim that can no longer be accepted, that if we're going to run this country based on the fact that I am a white person, well, there's just some people who are not going to be able to get on board with that. So woke is such a nebulous term. Semantic obfuscation is when you're using the word differently in different contexts. I am always using woke to mean the same exact thing. I mean, not the same exact thing, but I'm not using it in a way to switch the meaning, particularly within the same context or conversation or whatever. That's what the wokesters do. Lisa, because we have a religious instinct and it will manifest itself in all kinds of ways. I agree. And so if it's going to manifest itself in all types of ways, and we are at the point in society where science can show us that it is not scientifically reasonable to accept the claim of God, then why the fuck are y'all hiding it? Why are you hogging all of the good stuff about it? Sister said, no life without water or air. I gotcha. All right, that's a second one for you. Tyler says, by the way, reports are coming in. There was a big explosion over Montana. Damn. Somebody, if we got a video or something, drop a link in the Discord and let's check it out. Tyler says, you can't force somebody to believe. They either do or they don't. Yeah, exactly. I tried. The only reason I don't believe is because I tried to believe more. I already believed in God, but I was like, wait, there's something here, some things here that don't really make sense. So I looked for more. And then the information that I found disqualified my brain from accepting the claim. I didn't have a choice in that. Correct. Science does not tell you how to behave. That's crazy. Get a video or something, or an article, something. So if anybody else who has the link, if you'd like to come up, we're all talking. Darshaun, if you're out there, I'd love to hear from you. But in the meantime, we're just gonna check out some more of my early days. I just want to, hang out with you guys and talk about the stuff that we like talking about. Jared says, woke seems to be nihilistic in some ways. Nothing matters. Indulge in degradation. Do whatever, but act like old style Christians. They became what they hated. You ain't wrong. You ain't wrong. Oh, a Chinese spy balloon. Nobody's got an article or a video or something. All right, looks like we got Darshaun coming up in a little bit, so I'm gonna play this and take a push across the board. Anirudh, what do you have to add to the conversation?
I guess I'd be a little bit of an odd one out because I generally am very distrustful of punditry because unfortunately.
Hold on. So yeah, this is when they're going at me. They're like, "Oh no, pundits, that's bad."
Unfortunately, the incentives to be a pundit is to be entertaining, not necessarily to be factually correct. And unfortunately, being factually correct means you're going to be very boring. So you're not going to be a very good pundit or entertaining. It's why I tend to avoid listening to people if I want the news. I tend to read firsthand. If I were to say individual people whose writing has changed my view of the world, I would say number one is probably Noam Chomsky. I've read a lot of his books. Also read his books on linguistics as well. I would say another one would, and I really, really hate this man, Paul Krugman. Yeah, I've been, as an econ major, I've been forced to read so many of his textbooks, and his writing is painful. But he's pretty analytically spot on, and he's made some. He's pretty good at supporting his claims, and I unfortunately begrudgingly have to agree with them because a lot of them are very difficult to refute because he does a very good job supporting them. I guess in like the few media entertainment, I listen to a couple of Twitch streamers. Like the primary one would probably be Stephen Bonnell. His screen name is Destiny.
Destiny. So he actually, this was before I was really into it. So okay, so we got an article here of breaking news. The Daily Mail says, is this, no, that's not that. Okay, so what do we got? Explosion in the sky. What questions? What are you talking about? Black. Explosion in the sky above Billings, Montana, where Chinese spy balloon was spotted infiltrating U.S. airspace. How dare you?
How dare you?
As residents report seeing jet zooming by after officials came under fire for refusing to shoot it down. So let's go through an explosion in the sky over Billings, Montana, where Chinese spy balloon has Chinese spy balloon has been flying over the region was caught on camera Friday. Mysterious video of the aftermath shows the trail of smoke in the sky where the balloon was last spotted. Dolly Moore, who took a video of the scene, said she, quote, saw a jet go by so fast and then an explosion in the sky. Have I told you guys about the thing that I seen in the when? Okay, well, I'm just telling it, so I may as well tell it. So when I was in high school, I was at the beach with my friends at like after the sun went down, and we were so we're at the beach, Jersey Shore, so it's like ocean. There's nothing else out there. And we see something in the this bright ass light in the sky, and then it was kind of like hovering there and kind of like moving around, and then it sped off. But the way that it moved, I don't have a better way to explain this. But it like if it was a plane, like if this is the Earth and there's a plane slightly above the ground on Earth, then when it goes, it's going to follow the curvature of the Earth. But it looked like what we were seeing, we're on Earth. It looked like what we were seeing went like that. The angle of movement and the speed was so crazy. I have no idea what it was. To this day, I still think about it. But it sounds like this. So Venice, I didn't see an explosion, but apparently she did. So as the video spread on social media, defense officials have said the balloon over Montana has not exploded. It comes after the U.S. State Department called the balloon, which was traveling over U.S. airspace at 60,000 feet, a clear violation of U.S. sovereignty, but said it wouldn't be shot down because it was flying over a number of, quote, sensitive sites. All right, what do we got here? So let's. This is the video. Oh shit! I was joking with the sound effect. That's weird. weird. What is that? Is it just me? It's also creepy when people be having these videos and just don't say anything. Like, here's some commentary. What? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Are we watching a reverse video of smoke coming out of a chimney? It looks like. I mean, could be lightning. I don't know. It seems weird that it's going directly over this chimney thing. This is half the video. What else happens? It exploded. See, yo, this is a fucking yo. They just set the okay. All right. I'm watching.
Not sure what that was, but there
See, there's you go. That's what I'm talking about. Commentary.
is a ton of smoke on the plane. All right. In my neighborhood.
I don't know, guys. That's a little weak. That's a little weak. We already know that chemtrails aren't a thing. We already know that lightning is a thing. I'm not saying that's what it was. I'm just saying I need to see more. Let's see what the rest of the article says. So we got let me get this. So we got a picture here. Well, this is the story though. This is the Daily Mail telling you it was Chinese. How did you go to see it take off in China? I'm just saying. I watched a video that was inconclusive. I saw a weird thing. All right, we got another clip. Let's see. Can I not? Why did you do it? There's no round. Why would you do this, Tyler? All right. Let's see.
Round. It appears to be, it's on social media, video of an explosion over your state showing what looks like a smoke trail.
That's not my captions.
To the sky. We can't even guess as to what this is. Do you have any information about this?
Not at this point. I was notified of it just minutes before we came on the air. We're monitoring the situation. I'm talking to our National Guard to find out if they have additional information. I'm sure I'll be briefed here in the next hour.
Well, then why didn't you come on in an hour? How is this clip anything? I'm the governor and I don't really know, but as soon as you're not talking to me, I'm gonna know. Shady. They have people typing those captions. Yeah, they have people doing that in real time. They need to hop on. Okay, how do I get up?
Round. It appears to be some.
No, you guys can't see that. That's private only. Only for Discord members. Let's see what the rest of the article says. Because I just don't. I mean, that wasn't anything. He just said, I don't know. So if he doesn't know, why am I saying that I should know? Why are you saying that you should know? Okay, so let's read the rest of this. Okay, so this looks like U.S. defense officials said the balloon is the size of several buses. Buses aren't shaped like balloons. That's a really dumb thing. There's plenty of things that people know what they look like and what the size is that are round. Several, but doesn't pose an immediate threat to Americans. A balloon pictured over Montana has been tracked for several days, but officials decided not to shoot down. Route of China, But what, like, okay, what is the? I don't understand what the claim is here, though. Like, what is China doing? U official said that the balloon is large enough that destroying it would rain down debris, risking the safety of people. Analyst said the oh, is this going to do this to me? God damn it. Where are we? A couple days ago, was the declaration not shared. The Montana senator warned the balloon might have been targeting his state's nuclear missile fields. Montana plays a vital national security role by housing nuclear missile silos. Okay. This is a developing story, aka this is not yet news. I mean, it's cool, but like, that's what I'm saying, Rumley. Who remembers Balloon Boy? Who is old enough to remember Balloon Boy? That was a story. That was a story. This could be. It might be a story, but I mean, I don't know what it is. So I heard Darshaun said he might be coming up. So I think we are waiting on that. But I want to see you guys. I want you guys to see me getting roasted here. So while we're waiting on that, let's go back to this.
Debates. I mean, I respect him just because he's very analytical.
Oh, God damn it. I fucking
rightfully points out hypocrisies on both on the right and the left. And he has the same political aspirations as me, which is, I guess, breaking the back of the Republican Party and hopefully moving the country in a more like equitable economic direction where we're increasing the material benefits of our citizens and improving the livelihoods of general people. So likewise, I listen to him, though I primarily stick to reading even from like news publications. I'm actually a big fan of the Wall Street Journal. I have a subscription with them. My favorite one is The Economist. They're about center right in the UK, so center left here. I tend to read a lot, and if it's an issue of science, economics, sociology, I tend to look at the scientific literature or the area of study and their literature and their academic consensus. I'm also distrustful of journalists. My high school debate coach, she's a conservative, like gun-loving Texas conservative, but I love her to death because she gave me one important insight, which is when reporters write stories, they're writing it from the perspective of a person with a degree in journalism, not necessarily the field that they're talking about. So it's always important to try to go to the primary source or the person who is more understanding. So likewise, I guess my general thing is I would agree with Blaine. I go towards the primary source.
Just so that's their basic setup. I did not realize that was the wrong clip. So while we are waiting for our next special guest,
like Tim Pool, just because like the way that he comes off, it just sounds like a raging lunatic who has no like in the game of trying to change the world. So that's generally my view of.
And I mean, putting Tim and Rachel in the same basket is something we can put to the side for later. Is that OD loud for you guys when the intro plays? All right, welcome back, everyone. This is I Didn't Read Your Book. I am your host, Lutch, and today we are not doing a podcast, but in fact, we are doing another edition of I Dry Be Live. You bring up a good point talking about pundits and where you get information. In terms of us all having liberty as one of our top values, either of you, how do you think the sources that you trust allow you to embody that value and keep that going, or if you're in a conversation, how do you think that helps you?
A lot of the people that I listen to would generally have not necessarily the same biases and way of viewing the world, because I do listen to people who have a lot of disagreements with. I look at people with similar goals and intents. So someone like Destiny, he's worked a lot in local politics and trying to move political parties in a certain direction, pushing for ameliorations, whether that be in housing or public health care. I do the same thing. I've been volunteering politically ever since I was 16. First on Lori Birch when she was running in my local district. Then afterwards for Beto O'Rourke's campaign. I volunteered for Senator Sanders' 2020 campaign, and now I'm volunteering for Sandeep Srivastava's campaign here in my home area. He's running for Congress. Generally speaking, I've also voted in every local election I could because unfortunately young people don't vote, and I'll take that as an L for my generation. We're kind of lazy.
Oh, there we go. Thumbs up when you're ready, homie. And so we're just seeing, that he is, oh no, we got Seditionalists leaving. Thank you so much for stopping by, brother. I really do appreciate it. You have a good one. And Harley, I'm going to save these. We'll get back to them as soon as we can. But we have the man, the myth, the legend, Darshaun McAway in the building. What is going on, brother?
What's up, man? Congratulations to you, man. It's all about you tonight, man. I appreciate the respect, but it's all about you, man. Congratulations on your monetization and going through that whole process organically, as much as you can,
Yes, sir. So, I mean, you had definitely, you were, actually, let me ask it, because I was gonna, when I first became the Indian Jesus, because you were also a guest, a multiple time guest on the I Didn't Read Your Book podcast. We can take a look at some of those clips if you like, but when I first changed, you were like, "Hey, yo, you sure you want to do this?" Yeah. And we had that conversation. I was like, "Yeah, I'm ready for the smoke." And so now that I'm here, how have I proved you wrong? Have you always had faith? Have you where are you feeling with all that?
No, so you haven't proven me wrong, because I remember when I first came on, I was telling you like more so just the marketing wise where you were trying to go with it, because I kept on telling you like, hey, are you sure? Because of some of the hate that you were getting, through comments and through emails and stuff like that, which is why if anybody's familiar with Henry, which is why Henry started doing what he was doing. So I always believe in people because I need people to be progressive, right? Because if I'm doing well and you see me doing well and you're not doing well, you may try to do something to me. And I'm like, no, you can do it.
Quick.
Yeah. So I always believed. I just was asking you like, hey, do you have a plan, for where you're going to go with it? Just based off of the name Jesus in itself, a lot of people are very, very precious about that name. It means a lot to a lot of people. It means a lot.
And as you saw, my dad was one of those people. My mom even more so.
Yeah, and it was a absolute pleasure to see your dad on, man. It made me recognize that a lot of us who are children, we still need our parents to give us some encouragement, man. It means a lot to hear from your parents. Although our parents can be a little short-sighted, when it comes to certain things, and kind of short-sighted when it comes to technology. The fact that your dad's like, you know what? Now I see what you're talking about. He's going to believe in you even more now, because he's like, okay, I see you put in the work. You really believed in it. But if we can just get a lot of parents to kind of just continue to keep on supporting us, man, we'll be all right.
Yeah, I can't. I'm glad that that's exactly how it came across, because that's exactly why I want him to come up, because he's not comfortable in front of the camera. He's not a YouTuber. He's not any of that. And the kinds of conversations that we get into, I know that he wouldn't want to put those opinions out there, not because they're wrong or anything, just because of the landscape of what politics are like these days. So I'm very glad. Look at this little guy. I mean, he's getting hungry. If anybody wants to slap that super chat button, he is asking.
Yo, let me say something to you too about your growth. I first heard about you on The Lead Attorney. I saw you pull up on his stream, and you got a chance to promote your channel, and you were talking about the books. Which I say, okay, that's cool, because I always try to keep my name out there within the mist, to keep the sales going in. And I knew that you had a lot of potential, which is why I stayed in contact with you. We talked, behind the scenes and everything like that. So, man, it's just it's good to see you here. As small as it may be to some people, it's a tough battle to say, oh, now I can really get paid for, talking and spewing your opinions, if you will.
Spewing is a good word for it. Spewing is a good word. And hey, Dan, it looks like you guys could still send super chats, but it sounds like he finally is into the bone over there. So there you go. But yeah, I definitely appreciate how much care and thought you put into just my endeavors. The fact that, you know, when I had you on the I Didn't Read Your Book podcast, it wasn't anything. It was just, you know, there was like 90 subscribers or something. And as we can see, the format didn't really go anywhere. And like I still have the desire to bring that type of conversation back, but even at 1,000, what is it, like 1,009 subscribers or something, that's still not the level of platform where when I want to talk to authors of who are going to, their name is going to bring people into the video. I'm just not there yet.
Mhm.
And so I still want to do that, but excuse me, the care and thought that you put into my endeavors really means a lot, and it just shows that you know, you don't waste your time, you don't throw your time away, you don't and I know that you know, you don't associate with people that you don't see something in them, and so all of that is goes towards a lot of the confidence that I've had to going on, especially on those days. I mean, you know it, you got to know it all too well, whether it's YouTube or business or otherwise, that there's just some days where it's not going the way you want it to go, and you just got to grind. You just got to keep going. I can't tell you how many of these streams are just like, bro, I just want to go to sleep. Why did I make this shit at 8 p.m.? Like, oh. And but then I get in front of here and I get in front of you guys, and you guys show up and you guys are commenting, and now with the super chats, and it's just like, yo, I love this. And not because of the money, but because of the support. I mean, I do love the money, of course, who doesn't? But it's because of the support.
Yeah.
And it's amazing.
Yeah, and you know, and personally, man, I'm very thankful that you get I get a chance to come up on your platform, your panel. Whenever you want me to come through, you hit me up. I'd be like, all right, cool. But a lot of times I really do enjoy listening to like what you're talking about. You have helped me tremendously with a few different, I guess, opinions that I had about some topics. And also you kind of reshape my businesses on certain things as well.
No,
You know, because
really?
I'll listen to your, like, for example, the last
Real quick,
podcast
before you get into that, I want to give a shout out to the sponsor of the last stream and the only person who makes an effort to comment on every single one of my shorts. Divine and Rod, thank you so much for being here. Ready to say, just finished work. Greetings, beloved chat. Shout out to Seabass, wherever he is, condemning sinners. Very, very well. Glad to see you, brother. Sorry to interrupt you, Darshaun. What you were saying?
It's okay. It's okay. No, the last stream I was on with you, when you were talking about Ben Shapiro and the young lady he hired as the talent. I say, you know what? Let me figure out how to do what Tim Cass and Ben Shapiro is doing as far as the talent is concerned. So I reached out to my agent and I say, hey man, which one of these podcasts are looking for some talent, you know, that can back up what they're saying? And lo and behold, Claudia Jordan has a spot open. I'm not for sure if you know who she is. Claudia Jordan, just look her up. And Fox Soul has 15 different openings for some shows that they're looking for. Some
Claudia Jordan?
Claudia Jordan.
And what was the other one?
So Fox Soul, which is like one of the Fox News subsidy podcast companies or whatever. So I basically looked at it as, you know, let me see if I could just be somebody else's talent without me trying to work so hard. It goes back to what your dad was saying about how you thought that he wasn't like really kind of not around. And, you know, I've been in that position. Well, I'm in that position now where I recognize that my daughter wants me around, but I still got to keep on doing things to bring in money for the family. But children don't understand that. So I'm getting myself back out there into the media again. I told my wife that I wasn't going to do it because we were trying to live humbly, but she's getting older now. So it's time for me to get back out there and do my thing.
Living large, that's the way. But yeah,
So you help me out.
Well, I'm glad. Oh my goodness gracious! Oh my God! Yo, Divine and Rod in the building with the $50 super chat. Thank you so much, brother. I really, 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 really appreciate that. What does Savannah Ron say? You earned every bit of this. The community is really coming up. Exciting times. Well, we're still waiting for you in the Discord. It's not going to you're in the Discord, but oh my goodness. Thank you so much, brother. And no freedoms. You get it's usually one. Usually there's one comment when me and no freedoms agree, and this is it. Definitely
appreciate that.
Is a very cool dude. Yeah, man. That's really cool. I would not even think that I am the caliber of person that would be able to direct you in real life business stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just feel like what was I just saying the other day? We were talking about I don't know, something or another in Discord, and like I'm just some dude. I'm just some pothead from Jersey. Like that's me, but maybe not, right? Maybe there's a little bit more to me. Maybe a little bit.
Yeah, because I was thinking, I said, I wonder if you were going to do that, if you were going to just build your channel up and show somebody that you're the talent and, just renegotiate how you want your terms to be just by listening to that Crowder conversation of what not to do, so that's so when I listened to your stream and talking to you, I was like, okay, I know now what not to do. If somebody's bringing you under their wing, they're giving you eyeballs that you can't even reach, So you just gotta learn how to rock and roll with it. But but overall, for your channel being monetized, man, just listening to you, your perception on life, the way you kind of pull everybody into your streams, how you're very active in your, YouTube community. I look at that type of stuff, man, and I really enjoy it. I truly do.
Well, I'm glad because that's really what this is all about. I don't, but before you got here, well, I started off with just showing some of my early stuff from the All Really podcast before I even had the I Didn't Read Your Book podcast, and I was like 21 years old, thinking that I could tell the world about the world, and like we got through 5 episodes, and I was like, okay, that's all the things that I know. So it to be able to come back around, and it was a number of years before I actually was able to even come back to the I Didn't Read Your Book podcast. And finding my way there really taught me a lot. And when people like my dad, when people like you come up here and are saying these things, when people like Divine and Rod and Uncle Junior Network are donating at least what I see right now as large sums of money to me just for talking and saying what I think, that's all I've ever wanted, guys. All I've ever wanted is for somebody to care about what I have to say. And I'm doing that because I don't know a less cheesy way to say it. So I mean, thank you guys so much.
Yeah. Well, this should go without saying, man. I'm proud of you. I'm glad you're doing something. A lot of times I don't say I'm proud of people because I really don't know them too well, but I'm proud of you, man. I'm glad you're doing your thing. And I'm just glad to have basically kind of started with you at the bottom and watching you kind of make your way up to the top. It's
And
amazing.
now we here. Cheers to Darshaun. If you drinking, take a drink. And either way, let me get a DMAC in the chat.
For sure.
I know you know how to do your thing. So it is that time. Listen to this man. Every time he does it, I love it. That's one of my favorite parts of bringing Darshaun up here, is giving him the floor. Darshaun, the floor is yours.
Yo, it's your boy Darshaun McAway. By all means, go to DarshaunMcAway.com and check out all my endeavors. If you want to reach out to me, just hit the contact button. I'll get back with you in 24 to 48 hours. But most importantly, we're listening to the Indian Jesus, his monetization, man. Congratulations for everything that you're doing. We're proud of you, man, and you keep on doing your part.
Thank you so much, brother. Again, thank you for coming up. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for being supportive. Thank you for your kind words. I love it, and I'm so glad that we in each other's lives, man.
For sure. I really appreciate you, man. You have a good one.
All right, you have a good one too, brother.
All right.
Peace. Oh man, you guys are blowing smoke up my booty. And I love it. That is exactly what we're here for. To just me. I love it. I don't get this. It's amazing. Darshaun is definitely a cool dude. I mean, yeah, man. I'm speechless. I've always seen that because I never really especially because I didn't have money, but even at certain points when I did, I was watching a lot of YouTube, and I didn't really necessarily feel like, especially when with ads and stuff, that I would need to donate to content creators. But the amount of emotion that really comes from whether it's $2, whether it's $50, whether it's anything else, it I don't know, guys. I don't know. It's awesome. You guys are awesome. You guys are awesome. I don't know. I don't know what else to say. Yeah, Rumley's got an awesome name. Shout out to Rumley. Shout out to Rumley. Oh man. So, oh no. Wait, I'm waiting for the delay. David Banner's gotta head out. Thank you so much for stopping by, brother. I do appreciate you to no end, always showing up in the chat, showing so much support. You are the man. Have a good one. Oh, we got an update. We got an update. Apparently, 7 of them are all over the place right now. Keep me updated, guys. If there's something, let's hop on it. And yes, have a good one, David. So we're not going to go on too much longer because I'm probably going to get into a deep conversation in Discord, which I very, 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 very much encourage you guys to join. So let's just go through this video a little bit. Take a little look at who I used to be, how I used to be, how short my hair used to be when it was still long. And then I will say again, thank you to you guys, and we will head out of here.
So I try to get my friends to vote. I do local volunteering and trying to move things forward. And I've worked with a charity here in Dallas where we try to help homeless veterans. We do like a kickboxing promotion, try to help homeless veterans.
Cool.
My entire goal is I want
to get to the fight. Where's the fight?
Around me, and there's.
I'm looking for my hands moving. When my hands get moving, y'all know. All right, let's try here. We're from somebody, and so if I am talking, or if I am listening to somebody who is a Tucker Carlson or a Rachel Maddow or one of these people, then yes, I think what you're saying applies. Yeah, before, I don't know if you guys caught it, but he Anirudh put Tim Pool and Rachel Maddow in the same category when it comes to news. Like, you don't have to like them, you don't have to hate. You could hate both of them, you could like both of them, whatever. But no, they are not the same type of people. Oh, come on. This is gonna start doing. However, when Anirudh, you're saying you trust Destiny, and I've ever since I asked you about him, I've been aware of him for a while. But he was on Tim Pool. I don't know if you saw that episode, Anirudh.
I did.
Definitely wasn't a raging lunatic in that episode. But the question is it punditry itself, or is it the pundits themselves? Because I mean,
it's
I guess
inherently punditry. It's inherently punditry.
And but then
There we
why
go.
even bother with Destiny at all then? And Blaine, why even bother with Tucker at all? This is where I was trying to get to, because I thought this conversation was going to be about, okay, you like Destiny, I like Destiny too. I like Tim Pool, you don't like Tim Pool. Oh, we all hate Rachel Maddow, and Blaine likes this, and Tucker, like that's where I thought this conversation was going to go.
Blaine, would you like to go first, or?
Well, yeah, I can tell you that in the last month I have watched no more than 3 minutes of Tucker Carlson. So, and I consider myself conservative, and I'm not abashed about that. It's fine. I just, it's not where I normally play in terms of how I feel and things along those lines. And I think sometimes it's such a barrage of snippets and one-liners and things that are designed almost as online clickbait type things that it just makes it very difficult. I watched Rachel Maddow during election night because it's always entertaining, just to see how the other side reacts, during things. Because I'm like, I want to see that
Mm-hmm.
and experience it. So,
yo, facts. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, is it punditry or the pundits themselves? I'm going to side with our co-host here and kind of go, I think it's the punditry. I think it's the air of...
Look at my face. I'm like, oh, bro, I thought you were here for me.
This is acceptable behavior, and it's being presented as facts when in many cases it's opinion, or it's not even remotely fact. It is stuff that's completely made up in some cases.
I was like, why is nobody talking? Andrew?
Yeah. So the reason why I like Destiny is, for the most part, because he's very analytical and data driven. If he's making a claim, he's going to give you a list of all the sources that he's researched through. I will go through those same sources. I will come to some disagreements. I don't agree with him 100%. There are many things I would disagree with him, but his methodology for coming to a place is not only intellectually sound.
What is fucking happening? This was happening on the laptop. I bought the whole new computer so this wouldn't happen.
Which I would appreciate on a lot of issues that even I myself are very confused.
I'm going to kill someone. I'm going to murder somebody in there.
It also focuses a lot on being
kidding.
analytical and making some ideas accessible. There are a lot of complicated policy ideas that I'm not too sure about myself.
All right. Well, I guess this isn't working. So after that, we're going to all right, one more try. We're going to give it one more try. And we're going to say.
So having a perspective, even if it's his, will at least give me something to work with and research deeper.
And
I see that's the value that it provides me.
And so I tend to agree with you on that. Honestly, I very much feel that you have to go through that experience of doing that, digging into the sources. And as you said, even though you're looking at someone that you do place some value in their opinion because they do.
Hey, we got Millennial Mark TV in the building. What is good? Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Yo, you are a hard man to get a hold of. From way back in the day, I've been trying to get a hold of you. So hit me up somewhere. There's a message on something somewhere. What does he say? Congratulations on getting monetized. I've been following your journey. You've definitely worked hard for it. Yes, sir, I have. Thank you so much for noticing. And I've followed a lot of stuff that you've done as well. Obviously, not personally really interested in floor cleaning, but the way that you were able to turn that into a channel that is successful is awesome. Looking for the link right now. Yeah, I mean, you would not think that videos about just cleaning floors would be interesting, but this man knows how to okay. And then the fact that he was able to connect with other people in the industry, I was like, this is when this panel was going on, I'm watching Millennial Mark like, oh, he's bringing other people in with his in his industry, and they're talking about that, and they're building an audience about that. Okay, I need to focus my audience. That is that's what you've done for me, brother. So yes, I've worked hard, but thank you for the all the great ideas, and thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah. Provides you and your employees a great living, as it should. It is a very scalable business. Brought many people in, and 5-6 figures. There you go. That is how you use this platform. Yeah, exactly, and stuff like that, as well as, I mean, you tell them, Dark. If you'd like to come up and talk about your channel, let me know. I can happily drop the link, especially since the damn YouTube video is not working. But yeah, man, it's so tile and natural stone restoration. But yeah, awesome stuff. But thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you so much for stopping by, brother.
Do the research. There are times you go, okay, I can't back you on this. This
right.
I'm looking at the same data you are, but my conclusions are different. I always kind of phrase it this way. When I was in the 1980s, okay, I'm dating myself here. Okay,
I was born in the 80s.
1970s actually.
Okay, I wasn't born in the 70s.
One of the debate topics, I took debate, which was great, smartest move. By the way, I totally support you in that. Debate was a wonderful thing because it teaches you logic and it teaches.
So sorry to interrupt your podcast experience. Oh my God, I forgot I used to do this. This is my. We just checked. I just want to remind you, if you're enjoying what you're watching, please hit the like button and subscribe for more content. And if you really love it, there's some support links in the description. I would love if you could help out the channel. And back to the show.
You thinking on your feet, and it teaches you to pick apart evidence and compare it with counter evidence. The debate subject that year was America should have energy independence because America and the world was going to run out of fossil fuels.
Yeah, Mark was here way back in these days, in the iDrive days. I appreciate all of you. Oh, Dan's gotta go. Thank you so much for stopping by, brother. I really do appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat. Morty also thanks you. And here he is asking for more treats. As I said, guys, every single super chat gets a treat for Morty. Look at him there. Oh, you can't see him. Come over here. Look. There he is. Show it off, brother. Show it off. Get that money. Get that treat. Can I please have one, please? He's waiting on y'all. Later, Dan. Absolutely, you can always be honest with me, no freedoms. And I'm curious here. So I have 6 votes, and it looks like only one of you. He's crying. Look at this. Somebody drop him 99 cents or something. So we have 83% of you say written news is better than spoken news. I would love for somebody to make that argument. I would love for somebody to make that argument. As you're doing that, I would like for those of you who said that written news is better than spoken news, to just hear out my argument and see do I have a point? Because I think I do.
By the year 1990.
I could be wrong.
There were tons of scientific reports out that supported it. And you can look it up. It was a national debate topic of we have to have energy independence, which meant shifting to nuclear, shifting to solar, looking at alternative fuels, hydrogen fuel cells, all that stuff. All of it was required because science had told us that we were going to be out of fossil fuels. And what I like about what I heard you say is look, we have to pick apart everything, and we have to be willing to question even things that are quote science and go, okay, but is there contradictory data out there, and how much weight do you place on it versus other weight? And
if Anna Root agrees with this, because this conversation was before the Rona stuff, and so if Anna Root agrees with yes, the accepted science is hey, thank you so much for the super sticker to be artistry. Marty, come get your treat. Look, come. You got one. Yay! Oh, thank you so much. Give me 1 second. I'll get your channel. But we also have Dan with yet another one. And I think we have reached the goal. We have reached the goal. Thank you, Dan, so much. Look at wait. Let's do this. I'm just gonna pull this. Oh no, you don't need it. Look at it. Ready? All right, let's make it a little more fun. All right. Let's do what should we do? Okay, Morty, down. Yes. Touch. Yes. High five. Yeah. Touch. Nope. Touch. Yeah. High five. Yeah. Sit. Yeah. Okay. Come over here. Can we see you? We need to see you. Okay. One more. All right, come over here. Ready? It's gonna be worth it. I hope. All right, come over here. Come over here. All right, sit. Sit. Down. Roll over. Yeah, we got to roll over. Good job. Thank you so much. Shout out to Jesus Cat. Thank you to 2B Artistry so much. Thank you to Dan Jensen for that. I'm running over my microphone here. Thank you so much. So while I am checking out, let's get 2B's link here. Beautifully why is that? 2B Artistry. There we go. Beautiful art from this channel. Check it out. Do it for the doggy. That's what she said. All right. So another update with the balloon. Thank you again, guys. Thank you for the donations. I really do appreciate them. So apparently the balloon is currently over Tennessee. So if it's in Tennessee, then what happened in Montana? This is getting weird. So Divine Rod, I'm assuming you're saying in response to the written articles, it's generally more researched and has higher libel law protections and than slander laws. So it depends on the article in question. That I agree with. But the last sentence of what you said kind of underlines the question that written news is inherently, which I didn't put, but inherently better than spoken news. There was supposed to be a second one that Canada was tracking. So, oh yeah, maybe there's something going on. I know you want that no freedoms, but the rest of us don't. So if we are talking about people who are finding good, because we agree that it depends on the article, right? So if we are reading bad articles versus listening to somebody who has read a bunch of good articles and is reading those articles to you, how is that not better? 2 are confirmed so far. 1 in the U.S., 1 over Latin America. Canada is also. What is going on? China is making their move. So we'll keep. Thank you for keeping us updated on that. That's a little bit scary. That is a little bit scary. So again, I just want to see if, maybe you guys will change your opinion on how bad it is to listen to somebody reading you the news instead of just reading it yourself.
Or look at it as a numbers game. Somebody's always like, oh, there's 100 people that believe this versus 3 people that believe that. And it's like, it's not a numbers game. It's not how many people or who's the loudest voice in the room. It's what's the actual facts. And that's a real challenge.
And what I find interesting is, Anirudh, as you were talking about what you like about Destiny, are there any of those things that you can say that are not true of Steven Crowder?
I mean, I have not watched a lot of Steven Crowder. I'm familiar with him.
And so my point in asking is that I just want to point out what just happened for nobody in particular, that I just asked a question to make a larger point, just in case that's relevant to you. Just in case, I just want you to hear it one more time. So my point in asking is, that if you find somebody, oh my God, we were doing so good. If you take the time to find somebody whom you can trust, and I can't do this, guys. Come on. You are okay with taking in their opinion and analyzing it individually as not seeing them necessarily as a direct authority, but rather somebody who has just spent more time reading about something. and they have this analytical mindset, they can provide you the sources, all of this stuff, then I'm still not understanding how that is a disadvantage or even any different from the quote unquote the hard source. At the end of the day, it's whether it's on paper or it's coming out of somebody's mouth, it's still somebody speaking.
So I guess.
So again, the question, because it was broken up a little bit, is that basically what I just asked, that how is it better to have a source where it's just written, it's done, it's put in front of you, versus somebody who you have vetted to know more than you do, to have them read it to you and understand it better? Kind of like on this channel, how you can listen to a conversation and you have that conversation, but you have me here who is going to break down this, that, and the other thing. Not that, I'm smarter than anybody, but the things that I'm paying attention to, I could point those out. So what is Divine Rod saying? It's amazing that Below the Fold transitioned into the digital age. Below the fold refers to hiding stories below the fold on the front of a folded newspaper sitting in a rack. Not the country, a rack. In the digital age, most people don't read past the title of an article when posted, then run with the narrative, very intellectually dishonest and shallow. Exactly. So wouldn't it be better to have somebody that is, in the know, reading that article past the headline and explaining exactly, oh, that's accurate, that's not accurate, this is accurate, and then you don't just have that one person, you have somebody else doing the same thing, and now not only have you read the article by them reading it to you, but you've gotten different perspectives on what they think about that article. I personally think that's better. Hey, we got Kelly Green in the building. What is good? What is good, Kelly? So glad you're here, brother. It would not be a party without you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I was asking the question, is it better to read news or is it better to listen to news? Whether it is just in general. In general. I'm making the argument that people who, that if you find people you can trust, then you can trust them to curate the news in a better way than I could in the time that I have to watch those videos.
Simple example is you played the game Telephone before, right? The more places something goes through, the more likely it's to be distorted. Likewise with punditry, especially the ones who do a lot of reaction segments, they take like a really flashy news story. They say, oh my God, and make like broad conclusions. Oh my God, society's falling apart because.
But I don't follow those people. I don't think any of us would. And I think, I don't think that really needs, I don't think that's really relevant here, because I think we all are at the place where, I mean, unless you are saying that somebody who follows a lot of different voices, that I am following these voices. Then
I mean, like if you gave the example of Tim Pool. Tim Pool is definitely one of those people.
Okay, how so? So he said, Tim Pool is definitely one of those people. And what did I say? Okay. I didn't argue. I said, how?
I actually just watched a clip earlier today. I think it was one that came out. He was talking about, he made some ludicrous statements about birth rates, about how our economy is going to collapse because birth rates are leveling off in the developed world.
Oops. That's a mainstream story now. So turns out he was right, wasn't he?
Which the
That's
statement
not what he said.
Are we referring to the same segment?
I believe so. I can pull it up. And if
sure, it was in the first few minutes. I forgot. It was he had like a headline story about like men.
Well, here's another question. Did you watch the end of the video? Because ironically, I was like, this. Oh, actually, it should be.
I got to like minute 20 of 26. That's the farthest I could
And
get
so
before I wanted to
originally, leftist men get vasectomies to support women amid fear Roe v. Wade will get overturned. That was the long and short of it. That was the title of it. But the long and short of it was that similar to, and I tweeted about this earlier, I don't know if you saw it, that a lot of people might think that, as you're saying, that he's saying some wild thing, when really what it comes down to, what he's actually saying is that, look, if this is what you want, and it was about, these leftist guys getting vasectomies to support, to support women who are against the overturning of Roe v. Wade. And I don't even understand how you don't see a connection between a rise in vasectomies across the board and lower birth rates.
Well, because generally vasectomies are not responsible for lower birth rates. I study developmental economics. Like the biggest determining factor of lowering birth rates is like the reduced infant mortality. One of the reasons why a lot of people have children is because many children don't survive. General female participation in the labor force, the more women that participate in the labor force, the later they get married, the fewer children that they have. Education, more educated women have less children, and the concentration of fewer children allows you to put more resources into children. He erroneously made the claim that lowering birth rates will harm future economic growth, which has been disproven by developmental economists all the way from William Easterly to, I guess, even like Steven Pinker.
So now that we're one year removed from that, every big I don't even want to say it because it's so true that they're now canceling people for it, talking about the the W and then the E and then the not the E but the F. People like Bill Gates talking about population control, talking in Japan about how they have like 800,000 too few people for the next generation. Turns out that all of those economists were wrong. So reading all that you read, and I watched a 26-minute video, and I was right. Not me, but the information I watched was right. So maybe we are in an age where you can just write whatever the hell you want. Now, we are also in an age where you can say whatever you want. But it is much easier to detect BS when somebody is speaking it to you than when it is written down. That is my main claim. So with that, I'm going to put up a new poll. Let's do the same thing. Let's do which is inherently better overall. Written or spoken news? Let's see. Oh, Harley with another update says, so the explosions over Montana were either another balloon or something else happened. Okay, yes, those are the two options. Because the first balloon reported had left Montana hours ago. So we don't really know. Where are you? Seabass, where are you? It's not the same. I just want you here. It's not the same without you. I really thought he would come back. Let's put it at 60% he's watching. He's watched every word that I've said and is just afraid to say anything. Divine Rod. Whoa, what just happened? Divine Rod said the truth is like an all-you-can-eat buffet. Take a little here and a little there, and you'll have a wider berth of knowledge to pull from. There you go. I gotta just read this first. So the freedom says most people can hear someone's death, but once they watch it, they want to feel sad. Just like watching a woman cry fake news doesn't have the same impact as reading it. Oh, right. So, listen like me. And so, yeah, I mean, it does go both ways in terms of the sensationalism, but that has to do with you, not with the medium. No?
So he erroneously, like from common sense, I guess this is my big issue with pundits, is a lot of them argue from common sense or intuition, made an erroneous statement about the decline of birth rates, and he pulled up like some hilarious story about vasectomies.
Oh, it was hilarious. It was true, but it was hilarious, right?
Like some sort of mass movement, as though this is the reason why our economy is going to fall apart, which is unfortunately like the level of stupidity there is. I can't even draw a graph to quantify that.
So I have the video pulled up. Do we want to take a look at it?
I mean, in the first 3 minutes, he ends up digging himself into a hole. But
Well,
yeah,
it's
go ahead.
well, I mean, usually it's the rest of a 25-minute video that would have things to go. So since you came in at the 3-minute mark, let's go to the 3-minute mark. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go through the rest of this clip. We got about 10 minutes of this clip, and then we're gonna head over to Discord because I can't go all night, and I definitely owe my Discord people time there. I would very much appreciate any one of you want to come in. It is free. It is free. It is free to join the Discord for now. Oh, look at him. Look at him. He's loving it. He's loving it. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. He really does love it. But I definitely need to give those people my time as much as they support me. Of course, you guys have supported me so much, which is why we are doing this. But yes, No Freedoms, you need to join Discord immediately. And I think it honestly, it will really do a lot for your life. We want you there. We want to have these conversations. We just can't do it on YouTube. We want to give you the attention that you're so desperately looking for, but we can't do it here. So that's the game plan. So any last minute treats for this guy? Get on in now. And
I said within the first 3 minutes. I don't know if it's actually at the 3-minute mark. I'm bad at timestamps.
All right. Well, then let's just share here.
And you can get a toaster, basically. After taxes, maybe an hour and a half, right? Well, when trying to make a toaster from scratch. Oh, yeah, I remember this. Getting your own wiring, getting your own rubber for coating the wiring, all of that stuff couldn't be done. Notably, getting the plastics couldn't be done. So what did the guy do? He mined plastic. He went to a dump and he scooped it up. I'm sorry, that doesn't count. I suppose you could just make a metal tees that allow for this to happen. And I'm just like, the building house used to be like to the main line. You need a home contractor, plumbers who can go in and do basic stuff to wire masculinity. We don't have more children. Not or something like that. It's going to require a lot of people. So stories like this aren't just about masculinity.
Okay, so that was finding the spot. Now we're the the headline here is men across America are getting vasectomies, quote, as an act of love.
They're not just about men not being able to have families or being unwilling to have families. It's about the future of civilization and what it means if we don't have more children. And obviously, comment below. Right here.
Good.
So the statement that civilization is going to collapse, or that if we do not have children, we're going to face these issues. Honestly, it has the same parallels to the story that Blaine mentioned about the world running out of fossil fuels by 1990. We made those with models with certain expectations. We didn't expect that we'd be able to mine through fracking. We didn't understand like the use of shale oil gas. We didn't expect massive innovations in our ability to capture energy. So when we made those projections and models, we did so with incomplete information. The statement that he made that if we don't have enough kids, that's a Malthusian principle that's been debunked like decades ago. Ultimately, what increases like having fewer children is actually a benchmark for increasing economic prosperity.
Just like how social Social Security is falling apart because there's not enough people paying into the system because of the baby boomers. We're all paying into the system. And now there's not as many millennials, Gen Zs, Gen X, whatever. And there's not enough people to uphold the society that has been created by so many people. So again, you have all 7 of you say that written is better. And all you've done is not present an argument. I thought that was pretty convincing, that if the guy is saying the thing and then the thing comes true, and then the other guy is reading a thing, and the thing that he read did not come true, I'm going to go listen to the people. But y'all do whatever y'all like. Like I said, I just want to get, just get to the end of it. Byron said, is this relevant to what we're talking about? Oh, it's not. Facts.
Him erroneously claiming that because we're going to have not as much children, our civilization is going to collapse, or we're going to be less economic productive, is like, you would have to be almost criminally stupid in economics to make that type of claim.
Okay. So why don't we get to the point of the video before we go any further? Because I mean, I hear what you're saying, but that's, again, not really relevant because you didn't really watch the video. So
I've watched the video. He then goes on to explain about.
I was certainly not getting my balls chopped off. Well, I'm not getting their balls chopped off. I'm just getting their vasectomies. Let's read the story from Yahoo News. They say,
After Andy and Aaron Grass had their fourth child, Andy decided it was time for him to step up and help with the family planning. So he did something the mere thought of makes some men cringe. He got a vasectomy. It was early one morning last winter, a brief moment of peace before juggling getting the kids and ready for online.
I'm looking for the second article. Because usually, again,
as someone who's had a vasectomy, it's a decision that every family at one point or another goes through, which is, do we wish to continue with the current form of birth control that we're using, or do we switch and do that?
Do raw.
I did it. And I didn't think about the fate of civilization as the
okay, but Blaine already has children, I'm pretty sure.
as a driving factor. Not that I want to go into details about my vasectomy.
I think I would also like to be spared those details.
So, I mean, again, the point of if that was the whole video, then I would be agreeing with you. So when Dr. Evil Genius was up here, he was saying that Anna Root had popped into one of their streams. I don't know. He won't talk to me. I kind of rage quit one of our conversations because he is just not. Come here. What, you need to go outside? I think he needs to go outside. All right. But yeah, I don't know how he's doing. We don't talk anymore. I wish that he was somebody who was able to engage with somebody like me, who doesn't just automatically lap up anything that he says, but he's not. So unfortunately, I don't know. And saying, oh, because a small group of men are virtue signaling that they're going to get vasectomies when, like that doesn't really do anything. That's, bro, he's like 6 feet tall. He's like 6 foot tall, and I think he's a blue belt or a brown belt in jiu-jitsu. No, it's going to cause the end of the world. That's kind of alarmist, right? But again, that was 4 minutes into a. All right, here's what I'm gonna do, guys. He's acting like he's got to go out, so I'm just gonna full screen this. Let this play. I'm gonna let him pee. We'll come back and then we'll finish up. 8:25. He is super soy, super soy. But I'm tiny. I mean, I wouldn't. If I was really challenged, I'm not gonna turn down. I just like. Taller they are, harder they fall. I like it. All right, I'll be right back, guys. 5-minute video. So going back to
so my issue is not like him saying something stupid about the world ending because of vasectomies. My statement is him like misunderstanding economics by claiming that our economy is going to collapse if populations shrink. Not that vasectomies are causing the end of civilization. That's not the claim. I mean, that's also a stupid claim, but the most important claim is like the stupid economic statement. It's like, I guess it's like the equivalent of someone saying like, oh my God, like government control of industries almost always works. We should do central planning, 5-year plans. It's as stupid as someone saying
that. Okay. I'll disagree. I don't think that not disagree, but I think that in the context of the rest of the video that it makes a lot more sense, and that's not what he was saying.
I don't know what in the media ends up repudiating what he said. His statement alone.
Let's find out. Why not?
Millennial women problem. Nearly 70% of young women are leaning toward Democratic candidates in the midterms. It's true. Let me show you this. Do you have a favorable or unfavorable opinion of the Democratic Party? And we can see that it's basically 50-50. Ever since, this is really amazing, since the fall of Kabul. I don't get this one, but sure. Hey, Cincinnati don't like it. I think 30.
Where is it? It's in that other article. He just had it up.
And eventually you're a family.
God damn it.
U.S.
The point was whatever. The point was that the other article, the main article he brought up was an article that was talking about the cultural side of it and the fact that it's not men who are fighting for whatever, I can't find. It's not men who are fighting the pro-life fight. It's other women. And so framing the point of using the article as a little bit of a clickbait and all right, set it up, let's go. I mean, I could throw a punch for a guy outside. I could throw a punch. I don't know. He's just a big dude. You know what I'm trying to say. Sensationalization. That is a part of the YouTube punditry game. I don't deny that. However, again, the question is, do you think that I am aware enough when watching Tim and then Destiny and then Abin Preach and then Kyle Klinsky and all these people that I can't take the perspective that Tim is putting out there and internalizing the message across all of these different perspectives. Oh, that was perfect. I was as I was out there, I was like, what happens if it stops and everybody's just sitting there watching a goddamn screen? And then it didn't. So thank you, YouTube gods. That's my question. Is this not why is that so much different than reading articles from different people? And that same question goes to you guys. Why is it better? Why is it better? I think it's so much easier to get misled by a random article, especially if you think about under the New York Times, for example. There's so many there's so many different authors that go under the headline of the New York Times. And so you don't know from one article to the next whether this person is as good as journalist as that person. And we know that the editors are all about selling headlines because, as whoever brought up before, I think it was Divine brought up before, that people don't read past the fold. Did you? What did I miss? Yeah. TV coming on change. Okay. TV coming on. Yep. This and I responded that this goes both ways. So that's not an answer to the question, because the same way that you can better convince somebody with negative emotions in watching something, you can just as easily mislead someone with negative emotions in writing without having the understanding, or positive emotions for that matter. I don't think it's about the medium. I think it's about the source, and you have a much better understanding of the source when you are when the source is an individual versus a team or a company or a name.
All right, because at least 80% of the people you listed are morons. I mean, not in terms of like as people, but as in they don't really understand the depth of which they're talking about things. Like Kyle Klinsky, I mean, I grew up watching him. He was like probably like 2014. He was like the big one back when I was in like atheist.
Kyle Klinsky's a fucking moron.
Era, blah blah blah. I read him a lot, but when it comes to a lot of issues on economics, he's just completely illiterate. It's absolutely wild.
This is not an argument. This is why I stopped talking to this dude, because he's not making an argument. He's just throwing ad hominems. He's saying, well, they're dumb and they're bad and they're this and they're that and they're that. What is the reason? At least No Freedoms is giving an argument that if you see a girl crying over fake news, you're more likely to believe her. But my contention is that on the other side, you can write about a riot and call it a protest, and then it seems like, no big deal. Whereas if you are seeing what's happening and somebody was there and understands, then they can accurately represent what's actually happening.
He made statements that immigration harms economic growth, or like mass immigration or like illegal immigration harms economic growth, something that's been disproven through countless economic studies. They're like crazy things that people will say. Hey, he's anti-free trade, even though free trade has been proven empirical.
Oh, y'all will all hit the other polls, but you won't hit this one, right? We only got 3 votes. We had 7 on the other one, so I want at least 7 votes on this one. If you stand behind your shit. Stand behind your shit.
To improve incomes for individuals. It's oftentimes when people have these types of, especially if they're pundits, a lot of them come from emotional understandings of the world, and adding more emotional understandings of the world from.
But the point is, if those aren't the people, again, the same way that there's people who are emotional when they speak, there are people who are subversive when they write. So you're not making an argument about written versus written news versus punditry. You're just making an argument against the pundits who do that. That's all you're doing.
Doesn't necessarily.
I haven't seen. Nobody else is gonna vote. Y'all gonna cry?
Yield clarity, because unfortunately the truth is very boring and it's not very sexy, and unfortunately that's just something you have to deal with if you care about being right. If you just care about being entertained, then I see no issue with just like listening to anyone you find entertaining. But if the goal is to like have some sort of semblance of the world that you can operate off of and try to do good, then it's a very poor model. Not when your time is better spent understanding on a deeper level the more intricate aspects of these issues.
I would say that you're going to a variety of sources and forming
oh my god, please.
An opinion is still, while it's not as perfect as where you're wanting to go, Andrew, I think it's better than what most people do.
Most people who either watch news or read news. So again, the idea is not that it's about pundits or articles. It's about the news,
which is they go to one source, and that's their view of the world.
Oh, come on, baby.
World, and that I think is a challenge that the country has. Is you have to be willing to accept other perspectives and other views of things,
which Andrew definitely is not.
And I don't think most Americans are there. I think they're like, look, it's like my dad when he would come home. I'm going to put it on Walter Cronkite on CBS and watch the news every night. And that's where my dad got his complete view of the entire universe, was that in the local paper. And
hey, we got Trey's in the building. What is good? What is good? Ignore that Nightbot. One of the early fans here. Another iDryB fan. Thank you so much for coming through, brother. We made it. We are looking back at one of these old my very first online panel when I was moving away from talking to authors about their books, which I had not read. Thank you, Darshaun. Finally, I got a mod doing some shit. Shout out to Darshaun. Thank you for stopping by, Trey. And we're just gonna finish this clip and then we're heading over to Discord. Bro, I'm telling you. Join that Discord. The link is in the description. Just tap it. It is free, and we're going in, and we can go in. And then even not in, like this. There's the text channels we're all using. Trust me, guys, it's fun. You're gonna kick yourself. You're gonna kick yourself when this channel hits 10K. And there's 1,000 people in the Discord, and now you got to pay whatever it is a month. When I've been telling you, just click the link. It is free right now. Thank you, Trey. I really do appreciate that. I've been at a loss for words this whole night. You guys have been so generous and so supportive, and it really means a lot to me. You know, the whole thing about this stream is like I was saying, me, but it really is just as much about you guys. It really is just as important that you guys show up, that you guys continue to support me, and you guys do shit like this and hold me accountable and keep it real. And okay, you guys don't agree with my my position on this, but that's fine. That's fine. You don't have to agree with everything I say. I don't want you to just agree with something because I said it. And when you do disagree with something, I want to hear it because you guys have smart shit to say, and I want to get smarter. So again, we're just going to finish this up and head to Discord. So if you have not done so, please join the Discord.
We've got generations of people that's what they do. They go to one or two sources, and that's it. That's their whole world. And anybody that challenges that is a heretic or a madman or ignorant or
a white supremacist.
Yeah, well, all that stuff. It doesn't matter.
And to that point, again, especially if you are, you're working, you've got a family. I happen not to, so I have more time to go through different sources, whether they are pundits or they are articles. I do have more time to go through stuff. But regardless, you can only take in a certain number of facts and opinions when you're reading versus when you're listening, especially if you crank it up to 2 times speed.
Come on, man. How dare you?
I share with you the most shameful moment of my life, and you're going to throw it in my face twice in one stream?
Come on, man.
So, again, I'm looking for something that personally for me, that I'm thinking, maybe should I not be spending so much time listening to people who I've vetted and have they've predicted things, and those things have come true, and they've shown times when they are willing to humble themselves and correct all the things that you would expect a bad pundit to do. They haven't done it. All the things you expect they wouldn't do, these guys have done it, in my opinion. And it's just a matter of timing. If you don't have the time to read, to figure out these different, or rather the legitimacy of these different sources, then again, I kind of feel like you're at a standstill. How does one find, if you want to go through this quote unquote boring information, and there is entertaining ways to consume it that are accurate to what the articles you're reading are saying, then again, where's the issue? The issue, what you're talking about, seems to be is if the information does not match, in which case I am not looking to follow that person. I'm not looking to listen to that person. And again, it's even the Kyle Kalinskis and Destinies of the world. I don't agree with a lot of their views, but by talking to them, people who are smart, analytical, in the weeds, all this stuff, they have an understanding of whatever the thing is better than I could get with the time and, frankly, willingness of time that I have to dedicate to learn about any one individual issue.
Well, one of the challenges I think that's out there is what is reality and what is a fact? Because right now, for every fact that's put out there, 3 counterfacts are immediately posted and voiced, etc. That will rely on different data, that will validate in a different way, and it gets very confusing because where do you go for an actual fact, a statement of fact that is irrefutable? Right. It's very difficult to go get that data at times. I saw a meme the other day, somebody was circulating, and it was like, oh, it was all about the literacy rate in California versus West Virginia. And my first reaction was, I'm going to go to the Department of Labor and validate these numbers because it's in a meme that somebody's circulating, and I'm not even going to click that I like it or whatever until I know that it's actually real. And I don't think most people have the time to do that, nor do they have the willingness to do that.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And again, that's where I think the role of pundits, good pundits, are really important. Because again, whether whether you have time to you simply don't have the time to become aware enough about all of the things in the world. You can get great information on one topic, or you can be a jack of all trades, master of none. And that's the dichotomy I see if you are, not saying anybody has to do this, but if you're going strictly to, I'm only going to read papers and articles and stuff, or I'm only going to listen to other people talking to me. All right. So we have a good picture of this journey, where it's been, what we've done, and we're here now. And so you guys have seen my humble beginnings. And especially those of you smaller YouTubers who are, I mean, I'm a smaller YouTuber, but it's even smaller than myself. You can see the growth, and I am so I have so much more to improve on. But it's just a matter of doing it. It's just a matter of doing it. That's it. That's it. Today we didn't really have some huge point of anything. We were just celebrating this community and the fact that I built it, the fact that you came, the fact that you the fact that you continue to come back, and the fact that you enjoy it. Like, that is something that I feel deserves a celebration. And so here it is. And I know 2B is waiting. 2B is waiting. So we are going to head over to Discord, guys. We just had somebody, I don't know who it was, but somebody just joined. We got one new person. Go over there. Make sure you can get into the voice and video channel. That is where we will be doing our panel. And I hope to see you guys over there. But thank you. Thank you for everything. Thank you for watching my videos. Thank you for hitting the like button. Thank you for sharing videos with other people. Thank you for telling people about what I'm doing here. Thank you for giving me shit. Thank you for pushing back against the things that I say so that I'm not just out here spouting bullshit and having people just blow smoke up my ass. Thank you. I could not do this. Especially Divine and Rod. Oh, those comments on the shorts. I know there's always a comment waiting for me from Divine and Rod. And I ask all of you to do it, but he's the only one that does. And we notice that kind of stuff. YouTubers notice that kind of stuff. So thank you guys. Thank you for everybody who donated. Thank you for everybody who's been watching. Thank you for all 23 of you who have liked. Thank you for all 117 people who have popped in, whether it's for 1 second or if you've been here for 4 hours. I love you all. I love you all. I don't have a better way to say this without being cheesy. I love you all. Thank you so, so much. I hope you enjoyed yet another Indian Jesus live party. I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, I am out of here. Peace.